materials that are either put in an electronic format like on Canvas, which is widely used in our district, or other means. It could be things such as worksheets, reading assignments, all kinds of things that teachers could select to help direct those students. Does that answer your question?
Sorry, and these days are not going to be synchronous. These days are going to be asynchronous.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, it is recommended that those days start in November to help families prepare for the changes in the school calendar, and the proposed dates are those listed. I will read them off. November 5th, December 10th, January 28th, February 11th, March 25th, and April 29th. Those days were selected in consultation with principals and directors to try to ensure that we were not creating calendar conflicts. Much like last year, as a matter of fact, the language on this slide is largely taken from last year's expectations, but I will go through some of the expectations, and that is that teachers would report to school for work. They would provide and communicate teacher availability for students and parents for 2 hours each of these days. That could be done in an office hour, or it could be a phone call, or it could be something else just to meet the needs of the students. The learning for most of the day would be done through asynchronous learning. The options for the students, this would be or should be designed to support the learning intentions and success criteria for the current week or the following week. This time would also maybe used to collaborate with peers, plan and create the following week's content, provide needed outreach to students, implement interventions for unfinished learning. And like last year, this time is not intended to be used for athletic or performing arts practices. I've listed 3 rationale for this proposal, although there's more. Our administrators report that their teachers are tired, stressed, and feeling unique challenges. I will tell you that in working with the principals today in IAC and working with them now closely through the school year, there's a lot of concern on my part and others that it's a very difficult year. They are struggling, and we're looking for ways to support them, the administrators and the teachers. In this case, most of the emphasis is placed on the teachers in this presentation. In addition to the challenges imposed by the pandemic, stressors on time and mental health include a shortage of substitute teachers, supporting higher rates of student absenteeism, and implementation needs. And let me explain those 3 items to you. If we take a window of time, which are roughly equal, the beginning of school until September 29th over the past 3 years, you can see the number of absences needing substitute teachers. Now, to be clear, there are absences that don't need substitute teachers for certain positions in the district. So this is primarily talking about teachers in the classrooms. We had 1,691 of those in that window in 2019, and we were able to fill all but 97 of those positions. Last year, we had a decrease in the number of requests. The window is also slightly different, but it was at 1,489, and we had unfilled positions of 341. And if you look at this year, we have an increase in the requests at 2,264 and unfilled jobs of 694 until that date. Now, the last couple of days have been really pretty rough for our schools. It seems to be continuing to accelerate. So we obviously have a problem filling substitute positions, and those positions are frequently filled by teachers sacrificing their preparation periods or combining their classes at the elementary level, maybe splitting classes and spreading them around, or just adopting another class, which adds to my concern of mental health issues, stress that we have with our teachers in the classroom. Also, if we look at the student attendance rates, in 2019, we had a school year average district-wide of 98% attendance. Last year, that dropped to, in the window of time that we're trying to represent here, because that's all the data we have for this year, it dropped to 89.8%. This year, it's dropped to 89.42. Now, that's an average district-wide. We have schools that are operating below that. I put one up there of Hillcrest at 83.82%, which means that a little over 16% of their students are not coming. That is quite a hardship to prepare and provide remediation and interventions for those students. Once again, adding to a real high stress level for our teachers. And then implementation needs. Typically, we train our teachers in the spring and summer before fall implementation. And this gives teachers time to plan for the new curriculum or whatever we've been training on. This year, we have a couple of situations that have altered that. One is the letters training, which is a state mandate, which requires nationally trained, certificated trainers. Now, we in the Canyon School District and USBE support this training. It's very valuable. It's good. And I think most would be able to say that it's needed in most places, but it requires simultaneous training and implementation. And the training includes roughly 60 hours of independent online training. That's a lot to take in when you're already working full-time. Plus, we have a lot of hours that they will be out of the school, which is going to exacerbate the substitute issue. And just for your information, we've put together a sign-up sheet for district personnel. We're asking all departments to sign up for substitute positions to support the teachers that are going to that training, because we can't fill the positions with our regular substitute pool. So we're trying all hands on deck. Another one that you're well aware of is the SEL curriculum supports. Our schools' need for positive climate and the shift in curriculum will require simultaneous training and implementation. And as I was talking with principals today in IAC, they asked me if I would please also suggest that they have a lot of work to do with Canvas still in their learning and implementation. So, questions?
Okay, Mrs. Arnold.
I have a lot of questions and I have a lot of comments, and I'll try to keep them in an order. First, I want to say to the people who are listening out there that I absolutely understand where you are and how you feel and what's going on with this year, because I'm there with you. But with what I'm going to say, it's going to kind of sound like I don't, but I do. And I'll get to my point eventually. And I apologize to board, but it's going to be a little bit lengthy, but hopefully informational. So first of all, as I read this, I feel like it's an orange, but we're taking apart all these pieces and trying to put them together and saying they fit, but they don't fit, or a puzzle. I don't know which. I really feel like we have an artery that's bleeding out and we're kissing it and saying it's too bad it's a little boo-boo. And it's not, it's a big artery. So as I went through here, I want to talk about each individual part of the whole. One is that we do have a sub problem. It is a huge problem, but most of the problem, and you can correct me, is letters from the state mandate, because that takes out so many teachers. And I'll be asking if we can get some information, Madam President, later. But when you have K through 3 who all have to attend one day almost every month, a conference in Zoom so that they can review all of the material that they have covered in 8 sessions in one unit and taken tests. In my opinion, it was a repeat of a repeat, and I really didn't need that day of being on the Zoom to have them review my 8 sessions. However, it does take away K through 3 teachers in the district, and I couldn't even tell you how many that would be per day to go to that Zoom meeting. And it does take on that same spot a lot of time to do all the work. Like I'm averaging between, I want to say 8 and 10 hours per unit, not just the 6 that they're saying that it takes or the 8 that they're saying that it takes. So back to the subs, if we could maybe go to the state and ask them, I mean, they probably contracted it out. It's probably already a done deal, but if they could either help us with money to up the sub pay to have more subs, or just get rid of that one day of in-service for all those K through 3 teachers and let them just do the book work and take the book tests. And I don't know, in our district, are we running 1 student or are we running 3 students that we have to keep anecdotal notes on for those lessons? Is Amber here? 3 students. Okay, so 3 students that we have to keep anecdotal notes on during those 8 units that we have to pass off. That would help with the subs if we could get the state to kind of like, I don't know, either that or put the classes on Saturday and get more people and then be able to pay us money for working on Saturdays. At least we would have subs for a room, but that's part of the problem. Or we could hire, and I'm sorry, this is broken up in parts because it's part of what they're wanting us to do. So we could hire full-time subs, and Leon would have to handle this at 1 or 3 per school. I don't know if our ESSER money is all gone or the COVID response funds are all gone, or since the state's mandating that we do the letters, that they could also contribute to. Since they contributed, I think it was $4 million to letters, and they can contribute to the subs that it's causing our teachers to not have, that's causing the stress, that's causing the split up of the classrooms. We could also ask that conferences, there would be no more conferences for teachers to go to this year, and that the subs go to sick classrooms first. And if the teachers couldn't go to their letters, somehow we would not go to letters, but get credit for letters. But we would have the subs going to the sick classrooms first, the sick teachers' classrooms first, because that's what's happening at my school. Like every day I sub a classroom or half a classroom because the teacher's sick, but the subs are all gone to letters. And so there's because the subs can call in, so the subs can look and see that the teachers have put in for it 2 weeks ahead of time or 3 weeks ahead of time. And so they're not having to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and choose a sub job. They can choose jobs out. They can choose them out for almost a whole month or 2 months right now, and then know that they don't have to be woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning to take a job. So then the people who are sick are calling in at 4 in the morning, and then there's no subs. They're already gone to letters, or they've gone to the conference of somebody going to a conference. So somehow we need to get the subs to the sick teachers and not to the letter teachers, so that we have subs first. And it's hard once you put in to go to letters. You're not supposed to do it until you finish up the unit. But once you put in, you're also not supposed to back out of it because they have them booked back to back to back. I'm booked out to the end of November right now. That's when I had to put mine in for my unit 2. Then I was going to ask if, like last year, the district personnel could sign up like they did last year and help out. I know that takes you guys away from your jobs too, but like if one day a week or one day every couple of weeks if there were people who could go and help sub in the schools for at least the sick teachers and the sick employees, not just the ones who are going to the conference. I think there has to be a line drawn there somehow. The sick get covered, and the conference thing and the letters thing becomes secondary. Dan, the other one was, if the teachers are taking the students from their classrooms and they're taking their class plus, I don't know, 20 more or 10 more, and I'm not quite sure, Bob, you can help me. We do in our district pay them for taking those extra students, right? Because I couldn't remember that. I know I'm covering as a coach. I'm pretty sure your coaches are probably covering too, and then they can't coach because they're covering as substitutes, correct?
It does happen.
Okay. We don't have a choice. If there's no sub at our school, the coaches go and do the subbing. The other one was, which schools are we worse at not having subs? Is it the elementaries because the fact we're going to letters? Is it the middle schools and high schools, or are they equal? Which schools do not have the most subs?
I think that's going to vary day to day based upon the way they've called in. So the data that I've shared with you has not included any letters training. So that is just sick or personal leave days so far. That's the data I've shared.
So this 694 is sick people not getting covered, not the people who are going to letters?
That's correct. So our district is not doing it, I think, the way your district is, where there are a number of days and you sign up for letters, where ours have 2 dedicated trainers for particular days. And the data I showed does not reflect letters needs.
Okay, so explain how they're not doing the Zoom all day long to finish their unit 1.
Oh, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they have not started the letters training like you have. So the data I showed does not reflect days needing letters. And yes, the district has started signing up our district personnel to cover classes. As a matter of fact, we prioritize the schools that usually have the hardest time getting substitutes as the signups for the district people.
So essentially what you're saying is when letters begins, this problem could get worse.
It could.
So no one's going out to Zoom lessons yet at this point.
That's correct.
Then you have a huge problem, bigger one, because it takes, like there'll be 8 people gone out of my school in a day, or 6 people gone out of my school in a day. And that's just my school. That's not all the other elementaries and the other 4 or 5 more people. So anyway, so just on my list, that's something we probably need to bring back because subs is going to be a big, huge problem. So moving on then is mental health. And so I recognize that I'm not a psychiatrist, but I do believe that probably 99.9% of the people are working in post-traumatic stress right now, whether they believe they are or not, pandemic fatigue, whichever one you want to call it. And so I just wondered if there was a way. I know we're trying to give them these days, but like I said, these days are like a kiss on the boo-boo and saying, here, this is what we can do. We don't have any Band-Aids right now, and we have no doctors on staff. And so I know that we have community psychologists or psychiatrists at the schools, almost all of ours, right?
We have mental health workers
there.
Yes.
I wanted to know if there was a way that some of our employees could maybe tip into that to be able to have some counseling for the stress that's going on. And then I wanted to know and this is up to Nancy, by the way. It's kind of like I'm really talking at you, but I'm really talking to her because it's up to the board. The board makes the decisions, right? I'm just throwing out suggestions to the board, and then you can put it all together and decide what you want to do. But I kind of wanted to know what Bloomquist House numbers are right now, because I would like to know from the beginning of the year to now. I was told that we are like 2 months out for any employees to be able to get into Bloomquist House. I'm hoping that we're not that far out, but it would be nice to know the numbers that we have of teachers and employees, employees across the whole district that have been trying to get in contact with them and get some kind of help, and how long they've been waiting. I think we need to talk more too about what are the other ways we can help. I mean, like, we're talking about 1 day a month. And actually, I would rather have it be called the mental, what is it called when you take a mental day? A mental relief day. Like 1 day a month isn't much, and it's not going to help a ton. I mean, will really alleviate it a little bit, but it's not going to help. It might help a little in the long run, but not very much. I think something more has to be done, and that we can think better out of the box and come up with some better strategical ideas on what to do with that. I think I've covered letters. It's taking away our substitutes. It takes a long time. It is really stressful. The other program I needed to know was 95% to walk. I know we were starting to implement that last year. If you don't know what that is, it's that the teachers do all the testing, then they get together, and then they group the kids, and then they have like 11 or 12 groups where the kids all go for 30 minutes during the day, and that rotates all day long. And so if you don't have enough instructional aides, then you also can't have those groups, and then the groups have to double up. And then if you have no substitutes, then that doubles up on the double up, and it's just more stressful because you can't do what you're being asked by the district to do to be able to fulfill that program. So I'm not quite sure where we are with walk to read in Canyons.
I'm not prepared to answer that particularly, but I think what you're saying actually supports my proposal.
Okay. So anyway, just along that line, then the other question was, because I'm trying to also come back to the sub thing with buses. If we're not busing on Fridays, then that gives us extra money, only for this year though. But maybe there might be a way to put that money into either paying the subs more or figuring out how to help the staff, or better staff some more help for employees that are really needing to have some counseling right now that may not be getting it. And then as far as SEL, because it's on your list, right? I'm just going down the list. The SEL curriculum, I'm at the point right now that isn't even on my list of wanting to do, because we can't get subs in the classrooms. We can't help the teachers get some stress and relief. And that SEL can sit there for a moment until we figure out what the heck we are going to do with SEL.
Okay, so just a reminder, board, this is the first reading. And so I think Mrs. Arnold has asked some questions and maybe some information that when you bring it back, you could provide that information to the board. And any other questions or comments on this item? Mr. Wrigley.
Yeah, thank you for the time. This is an interesting problem we're running into. We've changed the definition of closing schools down with COVID. And I'm hearing in many of the schools that actually it's as bad this year, if not worse this year than last year, as far as kids out are running multiple ways of teaching. And the schools and the teachers are actually having pretty much the same issue that they had last year. Is that correct?
Yes, they are.
Yeah. I mean, we're not hearing as much in the news. The problem comes in last year when we actually went to a 4-day week. Most of the employers were sort of on board with that, and they were giving people 4 days, that day off or whatever. As we move to these 6 days, I do have concern. I think we need to do something. I do have concern. I did ask originally one of them to consider doing this a 4-day weekend, and none of these fall on a 4-day weekend, do they?
No, they don't.
The reason I asked for that is because I think most parents will have to take their holidays off. They'll have to take a vacation day. And if we had a vacation day where they could take 4 days and go someplaces rather than a 3-day holiday, and then having to take another random one. So I don't know if there's a way to, I know there's a reason for this and you spent a lot of time, but I'm just wondering if there's anything to help the parents that will be dealing with this. Because if we don't have them on vacation, they may be on latchkey. I've had several, I mean, I know that the main issue is our K-3. I've had several very heartfelt letters from almost 2 pages long talking about the stresses that these individuals are on and the effect that it's having on their family and stuff like that. But I suspect, as I've talked with other schools and stuff and teachers, that this is something throughout the district. As we take a look at this, especially on the K-12, I mean, K-3, is there other administrative things we could maybe do to cut down on some of, to give the teachers a little bit more time in this process that we have control over? I know we don't have any control over the letters training.
So in our
But some of the
meetings-
other districts are looking at things where administratively we could say, we're going to put this off for a while this year, or we're going to do this within our control to allow teachers to have a little more extra time to prepare for all the things, the Canvas things. They're all doing Canvas. They're all doing all kinds of stuff again.
It's an active conversation with our principals in our IEC.
Okay.
Yeah, we are discussing that.
So as we move forward with this and considering this, yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we could link any of these with some 4 days off or anything so we can help families. But also that we try to take a look if there's anything we can give just in general leave with our teachers. And then maybe ask some of the teachers. I mean, it's just interesting, all the stuff we're getting in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like we're maybe needing a separate agenda item to talk about how to also support teachers. I believe Mr. Millerberg had a comment or question. And then Mrs. O.
Dr. Bob, you went through the number of substitute teachers or number of absences for teachers and how many substitutes and how they fall short and everything. By doing this, are you hoping to either A, have teachers not get sick as much, or B, not need as many substitutes?
Well, the primary reason for doing this is to give teachers some time to focus on their preparation and other activities during the work week so that we can support them. I don't have data to show this, but I'll tell you what I think. I think that if teachers do have this kind of opportunity, they will likely have less absences during that week, if not more in the month, because they're having the opportunity to have time made more available to them for their preparations.
So you're kind of feeling like they wouldn't be as burned out and would not have the tendency to be ill as often.
That's what I believe.
Okay. Have you gone through with these, 6 dates that you gave us and compared that to the school calendar, and how many Fridays are already or students already off school for no school days, and how many are left if you were to put these days in?
So these days,
Do you understand my question?
I don't think so.
I mean, you've got how many Fridays in a school year? We already have several of them. As I look at the calendar, several are yellow already, which means it's a no school day.
Right.
Then you put these 6 more, which would be basically no school days.
That's not the way we see it. The students will
Well,
be given
okay.
learning activities and our teachers will be working.
Okay. How many in-school days will we have left in the calendar year for Fridays?
For Fridays, I don't know. I haven't counted that.
Okay.
But the school year is 180 days.
And I don't know how many weeks that translates into. Divided by 5 roughly.
Roughly month,
Six
if
or-
you even just did a half a day Friday, because why am I stuttering tonight? We're only there from 9 to 12, and then there's lunch, and then you pretty well go home. So if you just say 3 hours, so approximately 3 days are what we're using of children's time or teaching time for elementary. For high school, then you'd be using all 6, right?
Yes,
6 full days.
and middle.
Yeah. Last spring, we had great aspirations that this would be back to a full schedule for the students. And we also understand that there's, at least I hope there's a high correlation to the amount of in class instruction the students receive to what they learn. And so this, I guess you've got a balancing act between mental health and instructional time, but I really hate to see that instructional time disappear.
The way that we're proposing it is not a disappearance of instructional time, and it is my sincere hope that it helps the teachers deal with the mental health issues that are facing.
But instructional time will be cut.
No, they will still have learning activities on those days.
And we've already discussed which is better, classroom instruction or virtual instruction.
And I don't argue that point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Oakes, and then Mrs. Nybauer.
Thank you, Bob, for sharing this with us. So I just have a couple questions. One is, I'm wondering if you can address, we've already addressed the stress and pressure that's happening at the elementary school level. I'm wondering if you can give us a little insight at the middle and high school level with the teachers. I have talked to some of the principals and the teachers at that level, and part of the stress that I'm hearing from them has to do with how much of a difference we're seeing with attendance of students, that a lot of them are just choosing not to come, in part because of state law changing. Help me understand if that's correct, because a lot of the teachers are saying my attendance is way down. I'm trying to support them on Canvas, even though it might not necessarily be COVID numbers. There's a lot of kids just choosing to opt out to not to come. And the second point, and then I can leave it to whomever, is that I actually disagree with Mon on the point about the Fridays being useless. While there were times that I had kiddos and parents report back to me that they would go on Fridays and teachers weren't available, by and large, when they were available and they were following through on that, and when students would utilize the time, the feedback I got from a lot of parents was that that was extraordinarily helpful for their students and their own mental health in being able to get caught up and balance all of the demands and rigors that they had going on, especially during what's still a very stressful year for the students too. So I actually think it could be a very positive thing for those kids if it's used properly, and if the teachers really are available during those 2 hours. So
yeah, to your point on the absences, our principals are very concerned with the changes. They feel like they don't have real teeth to enforce attendance, and many students and families are choosing to not attend, is the report from the principals.
Okay, Mrs. Nybauer and then Mrs. Schill.
Okay, thank you for this presentation. As I see it, there's 4 problems: the higher absentee rate, which we cannot change because the moratorium on the attendance laws with the state; the shortage of substitute teachers, which we have a very large labor shortage problem in the state, something we may not be able to change. So the 2 issues that I see that we really need a lot of great work on is the implementation issues, the letters for the elementary school teachers, and then any new curriculum, and then what's going on with the mental health piece and the burnout. And so I would love to see some other creative solutions and thinking outside of the box. So I just did a quick little math here. Obviously, we have a lot to discuss with the SEL curriculum coming up, but perhaps in this year of all years, as these teachers are burned out, as we have all these elementary school teachers doing letters, maybe that looks a little different this year, and we take care of our teachers first and their emotional health. If we take that out so they don't have to do new curriculum learning, and that 20 minutes of every day. If you take 20 minutes every day, that's 3,600 minutes, which is 60 hours. If you take out the 6 days of the week that they were saving, that's 42 hours. In total, it's 102 hours. There's different things we can be doing, such as high school doesn't have any prep. What about high school having late start days where the teachers have some prep time? And when you want to talk about mental health, we see all the statistics with the sleep, right? If our teachers can sleep in because they are burned out, or if they need to get there and do some other things, if the kids can sleep in, just a thought, I'd love to have you come back to the board with some other ideas about what to do, because I think those are the two things, the implementation and the burnout. And then also I'd love to see how we are addressing our teachers' needs as far as counselors, school community. I know at Draper Park, they were doing some activities for teachers, like some social activities and things like that, how that's going so that they really feel like they're part of this greater community. And I just would love to see, I'd love the teachers to hear loud and clear that we care as a district. And obviously you do, and you've brought a plan, but I'd love to see us stretch out this plan and look deeper into their needs, because I keep hearing it. And I just think we can do better and more, and we need to give this time to really think through what else can we do, what more.
Thank you, Mrs. Schill.
So I just want to add my comments, and I really do appreciate you bringing this to us. I have also talked to teachers and principals, and people are at the end of the rope again. Like, I really do feel like we need to do something. And I mean, this is still a day where they're working and students will still be learning. And I do think we need to do this for our teachers. It just shows that we care and we realize what they're going through. I mean, I had a teacher say this year is way harder than last year to me because, because there's actually more cases. Anyway, there's just a lot more ambiguity this year that they're dealing with. So I'm just supportive of this, and I appreciate you bringing it forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I from what I heard, there may be some conversation that could be had with the state about letters. My understanding is it's 2 years. The teacher has 2 years to complete the training on that.
It's a 2-year process.
And, perhaps that could be stretched out to 3 years or something and get a little relief there. I don't know what this, if that's even worth having a conversation with the state about. And then several board members have mentioned additional ways to support teachers. I believe that is probably, we should consider that as a separate and distinct agenda item and keep focused on this proposal, because as I'm looking at your proposed dates, one of them is less than a month from now.
Right.
And it's going to be very important if the board chooses to go this direction and approve this proposal. It's going to be important to get communication out to families and parents as soon as possible. So board, I will ask, when we bring this back next meeting for second reading, is it all right if we list it as possible action?
Yeah.
I would rather not take action on the next meeting, as I will not be here. And I would like to have the ability to vote on this matter.
And I liked Steve's suggestion too, looking at different dates, because maybe that's more relief for teachers if it's on a weekend where there's already a day off. So that gives them an extra day. Steve, that suggestion?
Just quickly. Yeah,
Mr. Wrigley.
I think a lot of our parents take kids out on Fridays anyway because they're half day. And if it's attached to some weekend or something, it gives them a reason. I think that's going to make it easier on the family to actually do something. So I don't know if we could look at those other dates. It might be nice to take a look and see what dates we might be able to do.
Superintendent?
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. And I agree with everything said. I would like to comment on letters. I do not see the state changing or bending on what their expectations are. I actually spoke to Superintendent Dixon this morning about these very concerns that have been voiced. And as much as I pressed her for flexibility, I don't see flexibility coming in any way, shape, or form. I'm not saying that's wrong or right, just that that's where they're at. If they were going to provide that flexibility, I think they would have already done so. So there's that. To your point, President Tingy, I would recommend, I mean, we need direction on this because of timing. I love and support the question about a bigger picture and framework presented by multiple board members. I think that is rolled into strategic planning and thinking about long-term in the spring when the board really develops that process and those anchors about what that, might look like in the future. To me, where we're at is, this kind of goes back to conversations we had last year at the beginning of the pandemic and recognizing the need to be flexible and responsive. I think we all support 5 days of instruction. We know how important that is, to Mon's point. Having said that, recognizing the issue of where it's at, I think to all the points made is that we are still in this place where students are moving back and forth across in person and staying at home for whatever reasons. Maybe it's quarantine, maybe they're afraid. I think, are we better at really providing a blended learning environment? Yes. Is it improved from last year? I think it's improved marked and it's much better. But having said that, there's still, that is requiring a lot on everyone's plates to really make that dynamic work. I think we'll continue to get better and better at it, but in the short term, those are some issues. So I also agree that we could align those dates better to fit, looking at the calendar with Martin Luther King Day, President's Day, and spring break. There's 3 right there that we could, potentially align that would help, with families. But I too have been hearing a lot from our teachers and CEA just about the level of stress and burnout. And I know everyone's at different breaking points. I don't think it's one issue. As I've said before, these fault lines run across lots of different paradigms: social, economic, political, family. I mean, it's not one thing, right, that pushes people to that point, but it's multiple issues that they're dealing with. So I think it would be supportive, but timing wise, the first proposed date is coming up in November. So bringing this back at another board meeting in October is really going to be pressing time if the board chooses to support this.
Madam President, I feel the same way. I think that we need to bring it back in 2 weeks, because I think putting it out isn't helping teachers either. We either need to tell them yes or tell them no, and not put this off any longer.
Thank you. Mrs. Shield, did you have something?
Yeah, I just have something to the point about aligning this with holidays. If we actually want students to learn, I think we shouldn't align it with holidays, because then parents will just take it off and add it to their vacation, and then there will be no learning done. So I like the dates that are in there.
Mrs. Nybauer, and then I think then we'll wrap it up. Thanks.
Just a question about, can we bring back more options too? I just counted and there's 39 weeks left in the school year. And there's a lot of, I just would love to see more for the teachers. And even actually ask the teachers, would they prefer these 6 random Fridays, or would they prefer a couple of hours in every single week built into the school year left that they can have prep time and things like that. So I just love to see options, because I'm happy to do what's best for the teachers and what's best for the students. And I think that teachers that are happy and not burnt out is going to be best for the students. I'd love to see some options.
I think to the superintendent's point, that probably is a much more complicated decision or proposal than what we're looking at right now. But if the board wants.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not disagreeing, Holly, but that, when you're thinking about the moving parts that necessitates every week and how that rolls out across all departments in the district, transportation, food services, schedules, that has a much greater impact, right? So not disagreeing with you. And I'm not, trying to say that shouldn't be part of our conversation. I would like to see that rolled into our discussion in the spring with strategic visioning, but this here and now with the proposal in front of us, I would recommend that we need a decision or at least a direction of where the board wants to go sooner than later.
I'm good with that if we can add an agenda item, because I don't know that the spring is soon enough. Maybe we can have an added agenda item for how else to best address the teacher's needs. Because if I'm a teacher and I'm in burnout and I hear you're getting these 6 days and we're going to do something else for you in the spring, it's about when the school year's over. So if we could, I don't know if the board's okay with that, but another agenda item, how to address the teacher's needs.
We can look at adding that as a separate agenda item on a future meeting. All right, board. So I think we've wrapped up the discussion and we will be bringing this back next meeting. Thank
Madam
you.
President, can I ask a
Yes.
question? Because I'm looking at the calendar here. And like if you attach it, attaching it to another day, I don't know if we could get maybe feedback from the principals that is it better to have the 3-day weekend or then attach it to already like Thanksgiving? If you attach it to that, then they have 5 days, but that doesn't give them any real relief during a Thanksgiving 5-day. And then October, there's the fall break, but then they have 4 days of fall break instead of just having 3 days of fall break. Is it better to actually have it on another day where there's 3 days off? Is there a way to get that information from the teachers or principals about which way they would rather have it, a 3-day weekend once a month or attached to a holiday?
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Millerberg.
I have a real issue with trying to lump those together 3-day weekends, because Bob, if what you told us is what you really want to have happen, to where the teachers are available in the school for the kids to come into the school on those days to work with the kids, and you hook that with a 3-day weekend already, what are we encouraging? We're encouraging the kids to be gone with their families. We're encouraging the teachers to be gone. And I think that is really not a good idea to hook those together with extended weekends.
Thank you. See, Mrs. Oaks.
Unless what you said up front isn't what you really meant.
I said what I meant.
Well, we can't. 'Cause it's just-
Mrs. Oaks.
So to your point, Mont, here's the question. If you're unable to be here next week, our next board meeting after that is not until November 9th. And so we would have already passed November 5th, which is their initial date. So in light of that, do you feel strongly about not having possible action next time?
We have a 3 presentation rule of the board.
Then it sounds like we'd have to choose a different date other than November 5th, if that's the case.
Well, I mean, there are situations when timing does allow us to bring things back for second reading, possible action. And then at that point in time, the board can decide.
So I guess we need to make a decision or somehow decide between us that we're going to go ahead and put this on as an action item.
Yeah. So I think what I recommend, we put it on as second reading, possible action. And then at that time, the board can decide if they're ready to take action or not. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Dowdle. I think that clears that issue, or we've concluded the discussion. It doesn't clear it up. So, all right. Oh, thank you. Next item is approval of the 2022-2023 school calendar and tentative approval for the 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 school calendars. This is a first reading, and that gave Dr. Floyd Stensrud plenty of time to get up to the podium. I'll turn the time over to him.
Thank you very much, President Tinga. I appreciate that. And members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to share the calendar discussion for tonight. What we are looking at and what the calendar committee would like to propose is that the 22-23 calendar for the K-12 and also the 22-23 calendar for Brighton High be the proposed calendars for next year. And just going back now to talk for just a minute, to start with on the 2022-2023 school calendar, we do have August 15th as the start of school and May 26th as the end of school. And the reason for those two dates specifically is that we do have an 11-day winter recess in that year, which tightens up those dates just a bit. In addition to that, we have also our other recess days with Thanksgiving and our spring recess as normal, as we do for all of the calendars, and also our parent-teacher conferences in September and February extending into March in this particular calendar as well. So and nothing else really to talk about in this particular calendar other than the days prior, starting August 8th, where the teachers are back at school. Oops, did I go too far? And with the Brighton calendar, also start and end of school, of course, on the same days. And then you have the trimester end on November 4th and February 16th. Those days are in purple. And then their October 6th, January 12th, and April 20th days are their parent-teacher conference days. And then, of course, they have their teacher comp days on January 13th and April 21st as scheduled there. Then, so anyway, those are our proposed calendars. Then as we move to the tentative calendars for 2023, 2024, we have school starting on August 21st and ending May 30th with a 9-day winter recess. The other recess days for Thanksgiving, starting on November 22nd, ending the 24th, and then our April 1st through the 5th, which is a bit unusual, but that's our first full week in April right at the very beginning. And then our parent conferences in September and February, filling those two consecutively right in the month, which is actually quite nice to have for that particular calendar. And then our Brighton calendar, of course, moving with the same beginning and end dates, and then their trimester end November 17th and February 15th, with their parent-teacher conferences October 5th, January 11th, and April 18th. And then their teacher comp days on January 12th and April 19th. So with these particular calendars, one thing that we have done is we have pretty well stuck to the color scheme that we have looked at for many, many years now. And if we actually, just for a moment, move back to the K-12 calendar for the 23-24 year, we have several days in there that are shaded for midterms. And if you take a look at the February day on the 29th, you'll notice that that shade actually obscures the 29th quite heavily. And for November 17th, one thing that Steve, and you can take January 17th or April 19th, October 1st, any of those midterm days or end of quarter or end of trimester days, as Steve Wrigley pointed out, they're difficult to print. The other thing that this does with regard to the way those days are shaded is that it clutters the calendar. And the other issue is that as far as the schools are concerned, the midterms are superfluous on the calendar because they basically choose their own midterm dates, and we don't choose those midterm dates for them. So listing them on the calendar is kind of a nuisance for schools, and they have let us know that. The calendar committee has let us know that. So as we move forward to the 2024-2025 calendar, what we have done is we've eliminated the midterm dates. We have kept the trimester days, but we've identified those a little differently. One other thing that you will notice is that one of the issues that came up is that for members of our community who suffer from color blindness, the green and red colors on the first day of school is unreadable. So they can't make that out. We actually ran this calendar by the proposed calendar by 4 different individuals who are colorblind in the community. And interestingly enough, what we found is that they each read it differently, but they couldn't read the number, but they suffer from different types of color blindness, which we found quite interesting. So we changed the color scheme to match what they could see, and we found that the orange and red actually helped them see the colors. And also the peach matched somewhat the gray, but when it was next to the yellow, it didn't seem to matter, and they could also read the color, the number anyway. So in addition to that, this color scheme is so bright, and with the yellow, the blue, the orange, the red, the purple, we know that we're getting a little bit out there with the colors. But as far as those members of the community who were suffering from color blindness, this color scheme helped tremendously in terms of their ability to see the calendar. The other issue was, as Mr. Wrigley pointed out, is that when we identify the dates with other than using something other than a color, it makes the print such that we can't identify that day, and we have to use the legend off to the right in order to see what we're looking at. And patrons like looking at the calendar to identify what that date is. So if you notice on November 15th and February 27th, we have placed an asterisk on those days, and down on the legend at the bottom for K-5 trimester end, we have placed an asterisk. So on the Brighton calendar, you notice that the color scheme is the same, with the brightness of the colors, and the elimination of the midterms has left the calendar unobscured and easier to read and cleaner. So one other issue with this that we had to change is on the side legend on the right down at the bottom, rather than having the asterisks identify those last 4 items where it starts every Friday as an elementary student early out day on down, we've placed dashes instead of asterisks so that we don't confuse the 2 items. In addition, it was proposed by the calendar committee that we insert every Friday as a middle school student late start day, in addition to every Friday is an elementary student early out day, because every Friday is a middle school student late start day, and we have that now. So with this particular calendar and the way it's now designed, going back actually to the proposed calendar for the 22-23 year. With your permission, what we would like to do is, because the midterms are no longer really useful to the schools, is we would like to clean up this calendar as well. Because these calendar cleanups are cosmetic and not any changes specifically to the calendar, with your permission, we would like to make some changes to this proposed calendar. And that is that we would like to change potentially the color scheme to match, so that folks who do suffer from color blindness would be able to see these calendars, not have to wait until the 2024-25 calendar, but start with this next year's calendar to see these numbers. Eliminate the midterms, use the asterisk instead of shades on these dates so that it would be easier to identify those trimesters. Use dashes off to the side in the legend rather than asterisks, and also place every Friday as a early out for middle schools. So with that, those are for this first reading, that is what we would like you to consider, those 5 items.
Great, thank you. Any questions, board members? All right, we appreciate that great report and all the work that the calendar committee does. So we will look for, at the second reading on this, those cosmetic and those changes that you mentioned on these calendars.
So would you like me to make those changes cosmetically to the calendars now for next?
No, I think a head nod is fine. Yeah, because
Okay.
then we'll take a look at it next time.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next item is introduction on redistricting. I will turn time over to Charlie Evans, Director of External Relations, and Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator. Mr. Evans.
Thank you. Yeah. So this is actually the third time that we've gone through redistricting. We had to do it when we were very first organized before the first election. We spent a lot of brain damage on that. We didn't realize that we were the only ones taking it that seriously. When I showed up down at the county, they looked at it and said, yeah, this is good. Thank you very much. And so, this is obviously something that's very important. I don't mean to make light of it. It affects what we're talking about here is the shape of the boundary of the districts, so the precincts that you all represent and the people who run for election and for the next 10 years will run in. And so there we go. I think everybody understands that in the wisdom of our founding fathers, they enshrined in our Constitution the requirement to do a census every 10 years. It falls on, 10, 20, 30, 40. Last year, of course, was a 20. It was also a COVID year. And so we're much later in the process than we normally would be. We normally would have finished this sometime in July or August. And so everything's behind because of that. I spoke today with Brian Maxwell, who works, he's on staff for the Salt Lake County Council and also the chair of their redistricting commission. And they're very flexible and would be willing to take our recommendation just about any time. He asked if we could be ready in the first week of November. They meet every Thursday in the morning. And I told him that night might be pushing, that I would bring that to you guys tonight, that if that was a hard and fast deadline, certainly we could meet it. But if we had another week or two, that might be preferable given the way that our board does business. And he seemed to be okay with that, but he did close the conversation by saying, if you can do it that first week in November, that will be great. And so these are according to this, the 2020 census, this is the population of each of the districts. And if you do the math, each district should have about 32,300 people in it. And so we can see that Mont and Clarine and Holly's districts are over. The rest of you are under by a certain amount. Now, in most redistricting, it is required that each district be within 1% of the other districts. But what Brian told me today is that school districts don't have that. It's not that strict for school districts because they want to be, make it easier to keep school communities together. And so they would ask us to be within 10%, each of our precincts to be within 10%. And he did say that they really wouldn't like to see these larger districts that are likely to keep growing to be on the larger 10% side. And so I think there is some flexibility for us to do what we want to do and what you guys want to do and how we need to do it. We just need to kind of get on it at this point. This is, I call it a heat map. If you look at it online, you will make more sense because you can zoom in, but these are your precincts. Those blue dots on there indicate where current board members live. And those very smaller dots are census blocks that have census data in them. And so you can zoom in and out of this map if you look at it online and glean more information. And then the next slide is a little better, maybe clearer picture of our precinct map. And so one of the things I wanted to come away from this meeting with, first, before I do that, Leon, is there anything you wanted to add?
No, I think you hit it, everything. Thank you, Charlie. Just I think on this map, again, it's on board docs. We just wanted to give you an idea of where the schools are located, the physical buildings. When I talked to Charlie's had conversations with Brian, I talked to him as well. One of the things you said is on 10% or some justifiable measure. He said, well, maybe look at schools. You know, he said Granite doing the same thing, and they have 8 high schools. So they like to keep one in every precinct at least, but obviously one will have to have 2. So something like that. You know, we have 8 middle schools. I don't know if that's something you want us to look at, but I think our request, as Charlie said, is just get your direction, how you want us to move forward.
That's what I'd like to leave here with, if possible, is some direction from the board as to how you would like a proposed map to be drawn that you could then act on and that we could submit to the county.
Hey, board. Any thoughts? This is pretty interesting information. I think we've got the map and we've got the numbers so that so I guess the idea is as we adjust those lines to get within that 10% spread, we know, like if we move a boundary line 2 or 3 streets over, we know how much that changes the numbers, correct?
Right.
That's
when
how
we
it
sit
works.
down with Rick and that GIS, I forget what, as you move the line, you can see the population change. And so, when you hit your target.
So, but I also feel like board members, we know our areas pretty well, and we know where some natural boundaries lie and where they don't lie, right?
Yes.
So I think it ought to be something that each individual board member has an opportunity to also take a look at what some of the options or possibilities might be and weigh in on it. And if thoughts, board members? Yes, Mrs. Nybauer.
Okay, so that 10% margin, is that by the lowest population district to the highest, or is it just to the next numerically?
My understanding is that each needs to be within 10% of 32,300.
Okay. So each needs to be in 10% of 32,300, which is what, like mean of all of these?
That's the average.
The
yes.
average. Okay. You maybe said that and I missed it. Kate, so then are you going to give some proposals as far as lines?
I'm not going to do anything you guys don't ask me to do.
He's so smart. So when I pulled this up today, something that I found interesting is how large in population my district is, and yet how few schools are actually in my district boundaries. So that was one thought. Another thought was feeder patterns. So in my district, we have a portion of people who go to Mount Jordan Middle and go to different schools. And so that was a thought I had too, was the logistics of having the board member that school resides in their district.
It is a little bit easier. I have found in doing this, a little bit easier to keep school communities together, but it is not, it's impossible to do completely.
Right.
Has been my experience in doing this in the past, but it is easier than when we're drawing school boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or thoughts or Mr. Millerberg?
Charlie, for me, it's, I understand you've got to do what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
But for me to say, draw the line here or that, I don't know how many people you move in and out of a precinct when you move the line. And so, for me, it's kind of a worthless effort to even try.
Well, one of the things I thought about doing, this could create problems of its own, is why I think we should be cautious about doing it. But I'm happy to sit down with each of the board members and Rick and look at each precinct with the board member that represents that precinct and draw a boundary. But the problem we're going to have, and this has happened every time, is that as well as you guys work together, there sometimes has been a point of disagreement as to where exactly lines should be drawn. And so my concern is having everybody in one at the time may make it difficult to resolve conflicts. And I don't want to be the referee or the arbiter.
So Charlie, as I'm looking at this, like I need to give up people, but I can't give them to District 1. He already has too many. I can't shuffle it down to District 7. She has too many, which means that I have to shuffle it over to 5. And even if I shuffle it over to 5, that doesn't help 3, because 5 has to shuffle some over to 3. If you're shuffling this direction or up or down, right? And so, and then, like you said, when then you start looking at it, you have to be careful, because then I totally lose a high school and I still keep the middle school, or do I lose the middle school? No, they're about in the line. So it's got to be, it almost looks like we have to shuffle east to west, not north to south, to be able to give 7 to some and 6, give 4 to some and 5, give 5 some more to 3, and give 1 some to 2. Does that make sense?
Part of this is going to be where the increase has been. Sometimes and often it's the case that the increase isn't right on the boundary line. And so moving that boundary line just a little bit doesn't get you much. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. And, you really don't know until you sit down and start drawing the map with the GIS data.
I know.
But
I think I can be a big person.
I understand what you're saying. I don't disagree.
I think I can be a big person and probably give a few over to 5 and 3. We can do it. We're a good board. We know how to do it.
Yes, we can do it.
We can just,
Mrs. Oakes?
I agree. I think we can figure this out. I would submit that one of the things we ought to consider is that it would be good for each of us to have a balance of elementary and secondary schools. I've mentioned this to you personally before when I asked about redistricting. I have 8, but really functionally 9 schools, and which I think is more than anyone else here has, which is funny because I have slightly lower population. But I end up having 2 middle schools, 1 high school. That's definitely my boundaries, but really functionally Corner Canyon also kind of falls under my umbrella as well, because Draper Park Middle is one of my schools and all of the students from Draper Park go to Corner Canyon. So it's the same constituency. So it's a lot of schools. I try and visit each school's SCC meeting at least once a year and to attend events and stuff, but it becomes really difficult. And I just think for moving forward, it makes more sense to me to make sure that the schools themselves are balanced amongst all of us so there's better coverage. If that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. I think maybe for the next step, all right, I'll just throw this out as an idea.
Please.
How about if you sit down with the maps and because you'll have access to get those numbers and get something with, considering the location of schools, considering where board members reside, and considering, the need to stay within the 10% and just draw up something preliminary, then the board has a starting place for us to look at it and discuss it.
I'm certainly comfortable doing it that way if that's the way the board does. And I think with Leon and maybe Susan, we won't have the understanding of your neighborhoods, of course, that you guys have, but we do have some understanding of our school community neighborhoods. We can certainly come back with a proposal or two if you guys are comfortable with that. I want, you guys are in charge, obviously, but I certainly want this to be a process that everybody is comfortable with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it looks like we've got Mr. Wrigley and then Mr. Millerberg, Mrs. Schill, and Mrs. Nybauer.
Okay, so some options. We could meet with each 7 and we come out with a calendar, and then we pull it together and we take a look at it and say what seems to be, because we're actually right, making several calendars may be okay. That's one way. The other way was to have you come up 2 or 3 different calendars that may take a look at, and then rather than just one, but 2 or 3, then we could take a look and balance them off. I know I've lost some last time that could probably go back in there. I've got some natural boundaries on 7th East. So it's easy to take some from Corrine because her boundaries is 7th East. I could just go down a couple blocks and pick that up. But I don't know what's going to happen with yours because your district is low, but you'd have to go into Draper maybe. So anyway.
Okay. Hey, I apologize. Mrs. Schill hasn't had a turn yet. So we'll do Mrs. Schill and then Mr. Millerberg and then Mrs. Nybauer.
I just had an idea, which I don't know, maybe just meet in small groups, like 2 or 3 of us, because the boundaries are east to west. So like, it's going to be between me and Mont. And I would rather him decide what part I take than me anyway, because it is part of his city. I mean, that's what the other thing that's tricky about this is my boundaries are pretty much the city of Cottonwood Heights. And I think his are Midvale. And now we're going to be mixing that up, but I guess we can't help that.
We do have that 10% margin, but that is, if we take something up there that's outside of that, they will probably send it back to us, or they will decide on their own. I don't think we want that.
Yeah. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Millerberg, Mrs. Nybauer.
I think one of the other things that you're seeing is most of the more highly populated are your west precincts. And that is probably based more on high density housing being in those areas. And I think somehow, I'm trying to be careful what I say, maybe it doesn't matter anyway, but I would like to hang on to some of my areas that have single family homes in them.
And so what you're saying is if we move the boundary too far west, that's what you're going to lose.
Yeah. If you move, for example, if you moved Amber's boundary down to where 7th swings down up to 9th, which to me would look like a fairly natural place to do it, that puts Hillcrest High School right on the edge. And that takes a bunch of single family homes out of mine, and I become more highly concentrated with low income and high density.
Well, my experience with this is there's 1,000 ways to skin this cat. And I think we can accommodate that.
And I would like to maintain somewhat of a balance in those areas to where I have economic strata covered on both ends and type of housing covered on both ends. So there's a balance.
I feel confident we can do that.
Okay. I'm glad you do.
Thank you. Mrs. Nybauer?
Okay, a couple of comments and thoughts. So what also is important is where our constituents attend school. So even though and like I pointed out and Ms. Oaks talked about, you know, there's certain school buildings that reside in our districts. However, we really, you know, in representing our parents, anywhere where their children are going to school, we need to be involved in that school. So I have a couple of thoughts. The first is I really like the idea of also looking at where the board member resides and what those feeder patterns are. So the east to west doesn't necessarily make sense. Like I'm just looking at my map and I'm, you know, a little farther south in Draper. And so for me, you know, it may make a little more sense to do, you know, to draw that line farther north because you know, I'm quite a bit farther from all those homes. I like Amber's suggestion about the board member that's giving to another district to be involved in that conversation. I thought that was a good suggestion. My other thought is, at what point is another district created? My question is because if you look at the populations, the city of Draper is actually a big population that our school district serves. If we look at the boundary lines of the city of Draper, and right now we have Sandy, Midvale, Cottonwood Heights, Draper. Aren't those all the cities? There's just 4 of them. Is that right?
5 or 7.
Right. So
Yeah. We don't have any
just
control over
we
that.
can't do anything else.
Once you have a certain population, you're bumped up to 7.
So we're as large. So when we're looking at realigning these district maps, so we have 4 cities, but our cities have different populations. And so that may be something we need to.
Yes, I mean, city boundaries really aren't congruent with ours. With, you know, theirs are kind of mostly those cities, but like I represent a good part of Cottonwood Heights City and
You do.
Sandy
And
City
Sandy. Mhm.
And we also, of course, have Alta
and the town of Alta. Yeah.
And the town of Alta.
and White City, of course. That's right.
Mhm. So I think, yeah, we need to move on. And this is just a first look at this. And I think I'm glad you told the county that we probably need, that we will take our time because so with all of those suggestions, I think hopefully we'll put you to work and come up with maybe a couple of different options. And then I think maybe it would be appropriate if board members, once you get those options put together, board members could take a look at it and then weigh in on the specifics for their area.
We develop the options and then invite board members to come in groups of adjacent precincts.
I think that would make sense so that between the two of them, they could take a look at the specifics. Yes.
President, can I ask just one more question?
Sure.
Charlie, I look at it and I've got the largest precinct, and that is based strictly on population. And yet, if you look at the number of registered voters who actually vote, I would bet I would not have the largest number. Is there any way you can adjust that to where it would be people that really vote?
No.
Or registered?
No, by you know, that is by constitutional mandate that it has to be by population, not by voter or any other demographic.
Okay.
That's something we don't have a choice about, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you. I think you'll be busy.
We'll be busy. Thank you
All
for your
right.
time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next item is the introduction of our Student Advisory Council, and I see that we've been joined by many of them. So I will turn time over to Dr. Robert Dowdle, Assistant Superintendent.
First, let me apologize. I marched right out of here after my last presentation because I forgot the roster for our students and I didn't. I need it. No, I need it. So I apologize. I wasn't mad. I was in a hurry. So tonight we have the opportunity to meet our Student Advisory Council members this year. And I apologize if I mispronounce some names. I think I probably will. But please raise your hand if you're here so the board can recognize you. From Alta, Autumn Engstrom, Luke Beauregard, Alicia,
Before we can see them.
will you stand up?
Yeah, that would be great. Otherwise, you see their hand.
Okay, let's go with Autumn Engstrom again. And Luke Beauregard, Alicia Ruiz, and Mallory Goodfellow. From Brighton, we have Haley Wilson, Xander Nelson, Taylor Navarro, and Bryce Mayer. From Corner Canyon, we have Kimberly Montoya Garcia, Lance Andrewson, Creed Gardner, Bella Nibley. From Diamond Ridge, we have Ava Bolin and Gabe Gutierrez. From Hillcrest, we have Emmy Arendando, Jason Moon, Humza Khan. How do you say it? I apologize. Selena Yu. And from Jordan, Cameron Coffey, Shelby Hadley, Emma Moreno, and Isaac Brockbank. So board, here's our new Student Advisory Council.
Bob, you will give us a list, right? Yeah. Thank you. Oh, it's on.
Yes,
board.
it is on board docs. Yeah. Yeah. We are so happy to meet you and grateful that you're here. And we look forward to working with you this coming school year. Thank you for accepting this assignment and this responsibility. And we hope you find it to be an opportunity and something that is rewarding for you as well. So board, do you have any questions or comments for the students? I think it would be fun if we could get a quick group picture. And then we would like to close the study session and then maybe have an opportunity just to meet with each of you individually or just, and yeah, if you want to join us back there during the break, that would be great. But how about a picture? Should we do a quick group picture with those of you that are here? Okay, thank you. And just, we will take a 15-minute break and begin our business meeting at 7:00 p.m. And we appreciate those of you that have joined us here in person and thank you for your patience while we just meet and greet. I'd like to welcome you to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education for the business meeting. And today is October 5th, 2021. And we are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item of business is to approve the agenda for tonight. I will ask for a motion.
I will move to approve the agenda for tonight, October 5th, 2021.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Thank you. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I will ask for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Next, we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Altaview Elementary Principal Scott Jameson, Principal Jameson will give us some school highlights from Altaview Elementary.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is this already on? It says turn it on, but I'm assuming it's got the green light.
If the green light's on, it's on.
Perfect. Thanks, Nancy. Well, thank you for this opportunity to highlight Altaview Elementary School. We serve 582 students in kindergarten through fifth grade. We're located in the heart of White City Township, near the White Tower swimming pool. School first opened in 1963, but since then we've had a beautiful new building constructed and that opened in 2017. And don't get me wrong, we love our building. It's awesome, but it's not the entire depth of Altaview Elementary. We also have a lot of programs. We're a Spanish dual immersion school that's recognized as an International Spanish Academy School. The ISA program is an educational outreach initiative of the Ministry of Education and Vocational Training of Spain, where high-performing schools in the United States and Canada implement a Spanish-English dual immersion curriculum with the support, consultancy, and recognition of the ministry. Altaview also uses a two-teacher model approach to dual language immersion, and we found that the two-teacher model was so successful, we actually adopted it in all of our non-DLI classes as well. We have supplemental kindergarten as well as a special education diagnostic kindergarten, which is a place that gives even Disneyland a run for its money as the happiest place on earth. We have strong academic programs that follow the Canyons District multi-system of support framework and produces results in academic gains. We spend our land trust money and our TSSA money in areas of our greatest academic needs, which currently are reading, math, and emotional well-being. We implement positive behavior interventions and supports. Our students follow the school rules, also known as the keys. Be kind, be engaged, believe in yourself, and be safe. One funny story, when I was first appointed at Altaview Elementary about 3 years ago, I was out talking to the kids after school, and we just learned the school rules. And this kid came up to me, a third grader, and he had one of those ring pops on his hand, and he holds it up and he says, "Mr. Jameson, look, I'm being engaged." I thought, well, that's not exactly what I mean. That's pretty good, though. We also have been implementing a program at our school called Citizenship Class. So when students make mistakes and it rises to the level of an office referral, they come to the office and we do a citizenship class with them. Just like they make mistakes in math or reading or anything else like that, where you go back and reteach them, we do the same thing with our behavior and citizenship. So it's an alternative to lunch detentions or any other types of office referrals. It's designed for students to make improvements and to grow. And it's focused on reteaching rather than punishment alone. We also have a fabulously fun and energetic PTA that sponsors many fun programs and recently reached their fundraiser goal. Good news for them, bad news for me. There's pies flying towards my face in about 2 weeks. We have a functional school community council that gives authentic input and influences the decisions that are made at Altaview on topics such as school improvement plans, safety, COVID plans, and equity. We also have daily morning announcements with videos of the principal and a student and 2 hilariously funny jokes. So yes, we have programs, but there's so much more to Altaview. I want to share a quick story that a teacher shared with me just recently. She said, "I had a student who was running for student council. When the time came to give speeches, she realized that she never wrote a speech. I told her that she could either run without a speech or speak from her heart. She decided she was going to speak from the heart. She came up in front of the classroom and started strong. The reason why I think you should choose me for student council. Then she looked at me, tucked her face in her jacket, and started tearing up. She was scared. I reminded her that this was a safe place and that she was doing great. At that moment, the whole class started cheering her on. They were saying, "Go girl, you got this. You're doing amazing." I believe that this type of encouragement from her classroom community helped her finish just as strong as she started. Through her tears, she told her classmates that she believes school should feel like a second home because for most of us, that's what it is. She added that she wants everyone to feel loved and included. She ended by saying that's why she should be voted student council, because she would make sure that school felt like a second home. The class erupted with cheers. They clapped and told her how brave she was. I believe the strong sense of community that these students have built with one another motivates them to show up each day and continue trying their absolute best. So what makes Altoview great? It's the people. It's the teachers, the office staff, the lunch ladies, the reading interventionists, the custodian, and the parents, the community. And we just recently had an award given to one of our volunteers as the Apex Award to Dr. Lynn Cow. So it's kind of exciting. There's many reasons we come to work and give our all, and that's really what it comes down to is the students. We're there for the students. We love our students. We appreciate our students, and we're grateful for the opportunity to come and talk to us a little bit about Altoview. So thank you.
Thank you, Principal. We appreciate all that you and your staff do. Will you please extend our gratitude to them as well? And thank you for sharing all about that amazing school. Next, we will have some recognitions, and I will turn time over to Mr. Jeff Haney and Ms. Kirsten Stewart from the Communications Department.
Thank you, President Tingy, for the time that the board grants us during the board meeting to recognize the achievements of students, faculty, and staff in Canyons District. Tonight, for our recognitions, we are recognizing the stars on the stage, our Utah Principal of the Year, and record setters on the gridiron. Those who are mentioned tonight will receive letters of recognition from the superintendent and the Board of Education, as well as a Canyons District keychain. Our very first honorees tonight are Corner Canyon High School and Hillcrest High School. Now, in the words of Shakespeare, at least paraphrased, they came, saw, and overcame. Student actors from Hillcrest and Corner Canyon High School fared quite well at last weekend's 45th annual Shakespeare competition. This was at Southern Utah University, and we asked the question, to brag or not to brag? Well, of course, we're going to brag. Hillcrest and Corner Canyon theater students impressively both won the Sweepstakes Award in their divisions. The Huskies, drama, dance, and choir groups received more points than all of the other teams in the Oxford division, and the Chargers scored the most sweepstakes points in the Buckingham division. Now, Brighton High's dance company also finished third in the competition in its category. And just as interesting to note that this is Hillcrest Theater's 8th sweepstakes award in 12 years at the Shakespeare competition. And every piece that Hillcrest had in the competition placed at least in the top 3. This is the first time that's ever happened for the Hillcrest Theater students. This is the 4th consecutive year in a row that both the Hillcrest stage crew won first place in the Tech Olympics and the actors won first place in the ensemble scene. The Hillcrest High School first place finishers are the entire team. They won the Sweepstakes Award. They won the Tech Olympics, the ensemble scene. Jacob Rupplinger won the Larry Lott Award for the best actor in an ensemble with a $1,000 college scholarship. Manashi Tanjani also won with a monologue, won a $500 acting camp scholarship. Porter Eldridge, Megan Oakes, and Gabe Williams won the duo trio scene, all winning $1,000 scholarships and acting camp scholarships. Godey Fisher won the tech portfolio, also the tech Olympics. Tanner Abbott won hair and makeup. Dylan German, set construction. Godey Fisher, stage management. Leo Campbell, props, and Toby Bohan for costumes. The second place finishers are Serena Rogers in monologues and Avon Elder, Jaron Ruff, and Ayana Sirivasta in the duo trio scene film. The third place finishers are Jacob Rupplinger with the monologue and Joseph Abbott, Josiah Hall, and Robin Otteson from the duo and trio scene. Corner Canyon High students, they obviously won the sweepstakes award. Isaac Raymond won the monologues and $1,000 scholarship. Ian Colton, Lauren Dunn, Creed Gardner, Emma Haney, Chase Johnson, Jonathan Lutz, Maggie McDowell, Genevieve McGill, Nia Peterson, and Isaac Raymond won the Minstrel Large Choir. And Adam Besicio was one in sound and technical theater. They won second place finishes in ensemble, monologues, and duo trio scenes, won by Ian Colton and Lauren Dunn. So congratulations to Corner Canyon High School and Hillcrest High School students for winning the sweepstakes awards at the 45th annual Shakespeare competition. This is a huge deal and they practice so much for this. They did a phenomenal job. Congratulations to them. Our next honoree is the Utah High School Principal of the Year, Dr. Brian McGill from Alta High School. Today, he was honored by the National Association for Secondary School Principals as Utah's nominee for the National Principal of the Year honors. So we wish him congratulations. Unfortunately, because of COVID-19 restrictions, he wasn't able to travel to Washington, D.C. for the traditional ceremony to honor the country's top principals. Instead, a virtual ceremony was held today. Now, since Dr. McGill arrived at Alta High School, enrollment has jumped from 1,600 to 2,300. He also was instrumental in bringing in Step to the U at Alta High School. Alta is the only high school in the state to have this agreement with the state's flagship institution of higher education. 2 cohorts of Alta High Hawks, that's 160 students in all, are currently participating in this early college program. Already, Alta High students have saved about $6 million in tuition costs by participating in Step to the U. Now, interesting, Dr. McGill started his career as a hall monitor and a school counselor. So with this honor, Dr. McGill joins a prestigious roster of previous winners from Canyons District, including our 2020 Middle School Principal of the Year, Paula Logan, who unfortunately also did not get to go to Washington, D.C. They had a virtual ceremony to honor these amazing principals. So congratulations to Dr. McGill, who was honored today in that virtual ceremony. And we also cannot forget the Corner Canyon Chargers. On Friday, they tied the state record, 48 wins in a row on the football field. So congratulations to the Chargers. They beat the Westlake Thunder, and they have a chance now to become the sole record holders this week at home against Lone Peak. That game is on Thursday. The Chargers are now tied with Duchesne with 48 wins. So best of luck to Coach Kerr and the team this Thursday. If they win, they will have the state record for most wins in a row. Now, one more item to mention. Canyons District's commitment to ensuring that every student is college and career ready when they graduate from high school is evident by the decisions made by the Board of Education. The Canyons Education Foundation is helping that vision and that mission come true by giving a little bit of help to our students in getting to college. Well, all across Canyons, high schools are holding college application weeks. That's 5 days dedicated to helping students fill out and submit at least one viable college application. UCA, or Utah College Application Week, is a fun week For our high schools, they spend the 5 days getting students excited about applying for college. Some schools post fun college-related items on their social media. They play college-related bingo games. They hold assemblies and encourage everyone to wear t-shirts and sweatshirts and hoodies of their favorite colleges and universities. But sometimes there are students who want to apply for the college of their choice, and they don't have the funds to be able to submit those college applications. And that is where the Canyons Education Foundation comes in. Now, literally every drive at the recent Canyons Education Foundation golf tournament was helping students in their drive for post-secondary education. Now, Denise Haycock, who is our Foundation Development Officer, is here to present a check to the Board of Education in Canyons District for $10,000. The amount the Foundation Board has approved to help students in need apply for the schools of their choice. Denise, do you want to come forward? Okay, there you go.
Thank you. The Canyons Education Foundation is proud to support this initiative once again this year and provide financial assistance by offering this $10,000 for college application fees for students. It allows every student to apply for college if they choose to do so. We want to congratulate those students who are taking this first step to go to college. So at this time, I'd like to present to you a check for $10,000 on behalf of the Canyons Board of Education, not Board of Education, Education Foundation Board. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if I could, I would like to ask Mr. Millerberg, who serves on the board of the foundation as our representative to the foundation, if you would accept the check. Thank you so much. And please extend our appreciation to the board, if you will, Denise, that how much we appreciate it. And we know how helpful it is to many students, as you said, who are ready to take that next step. So we appreciate it.
The Canyons Education Foundation is a huge support to our teachers and our students. We also want to note that October 7th is the start of the 5A and the 6A girls soccer tournament. So best wishes to all of our teams who will be competing in the state tournament in girls soccer. Now, also October 7th is the start of the 5A girls tennis tournament. So good luck to all of our student athletes who will be competing for state honors. And October 12th is the start of the 5A and 6A girls soccer state tournament for the second round. So we're crossing our fingers for all of our teams to bring home those trophies. So congratulations to all those we have recognized tonight, and much luck to those who will be competing for state honors in the very near future. And President Tingey, we turn the time back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haney. We appreciate the time that you spend to share with us the great achievements. Okay, we have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The Board of Education encourages public engagement and values input from the public. While not required to do so by law, the board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Here are a few guidelines for addressing the board. Patron comments are part of the public record of the meeting, and comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents pertaining to their comments. These documents should be submitted to the board secretary over here at the meeting, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications at communications@canyonsdistrict.org by noon of the day following the board meeting. Time allotted for public comment is at the discretion of the board president. We have quite a few individuals that have signed up to address the board. So this evening, so that we can have time to hear from everyone who signed up, we will give 2 minutes to individuals, and those representing a group will get 3 minutes. The Board of Education does not discuss matters which are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on personal issues of a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health. If a patron wants to comment on personnel issues, the board requests that those comments be submitted in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. As we begin the patron comments portion of the meeting, the Board of Education would like to quickly address some issues that have been raised in the community. Last school year, masks were required in schools by state health order. This year, a new Utah law restricts school districts from issuing mask mandates. Also, to be clear, critical race theory is not part of the curriculum being used in Canyon School District. There are no plans to incorporate it into the curriculum or instruction in Canyon schools. We are making these things clear now to answer any questions and to make sure patrons receive some feedback, as it is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. Now, we do have one patron that has signed up to address us over the telephone. So, so
you are now unmuted.
Okay, but we will begin. Our first patron is Lisa Bruns, who will be representing a group, so 3 minutes. And then on the telephone, Janine Cardenas will receive 2 minutes, and then Tori Gillette also 2 minutes.
Although I come before you as the SEL advisor for Utah Parents United, I'm also a parent with 2 children in this district. I was going to say 2 minutes. This issue you are facing tonight about how social emotional learning is taught at school is not about politics. It's about protecting our children, and specifically mine, from very harmful ideologies. I believe our district is a model for other districts on how the system should ideally work. I believe we as parents have brought our concerns to the board and superintendent respectfully. You have taken those concerns seriously, done your own research, considered all feedback from both sides, and are poised to take action to make a decision that is best for our students. I truly understand the weight of that decision. I know you have a district to run that has children with varied levels of social emotional skills, mainly because they come from varied levels of socioeconomic situations. I don't sit in an ivory tower and pretend that these disparities don't exist. It may surprise you that I grew up in a tough neighborhood in Santa Ana, California, where there's lots of gang activity. I was a latchkey kid. My mom was a single parent who worked 2 jobs to send me and my brother to a better school so we wouldn't have to go to the one down the street where there were frequent drive-by shootings. Sometimes our water or our electricity would get shut off because we were living paycheck to paycheck. And back then, there weren't social emotional learning skills taught in school. And even though my situation wasn't ideal, I still learned the skills of grit, resilience, hard work and perseverance, and how to treat everyone I meet, no matter how different they were from me, with kindness from my mother. She's really a great woman. She is. And it was for me, and it should be the case for all children, that parents retain their place as the main drivers of social emotional learning for their kids, not the schools. It really should be an opt-in program, not an opt-out. If you do feel a desire to supplement these skills, the students that need it deserve a neutral program without a political or ideological agenda tied to it. It is extremely clear that CASEL and curriculum like Second Step want to use social emotional learning to reprogram our children into social justice activists for particular causes that make them question objective reality, reject familial, cultural, or religious beliefs. favor socialism over capitalism, and push them to believe that racial, gender, or class identity matters more than unifying as a human race. And that's not good for them or for our country. I plead with you, vote to discontinue Second Step in all grade levels and get this poison out of our schools. And let's not replace the swamp we're in with another swamp like Nearpod. If the industry standard you're looking to meet that will be mentioned in Dr. Robbins' presentation tonight has anything to do with aligning with CASEL standards, then I will join the hundreds of parents who have the same concerns and I will opt my children out. If you want parental support on SEL, and I know you do, and we want to partner with you, there needs to be complete transparency to build back trust and an effort to include us in the decision process. We're depending on you to protect our kids from curriculum that pretends to want to help them but really desires to indoctrinate them. Please make us proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Janine on the telephone.
Yes, my name is Janine Cardenas. I've been a member of Canyon's District PTA, SBC, and PTSA for 10 years. I'm calling tonight in response to the cancellation of the SEL Second Step program. This program has taught our children for a while, has been taught to our children for a while now. I'm upset and a little disappointed of how this was handled. One group pretty much dictated what was going to be taught in our schools. My issue now is how you're going to handle future complaints by this group or any other that will arise in the future. Will our schools just become an unkind and uncompassionate political battlefield? That's all I have to say. I just wish that things were handled differently. I'm a little disappointed in Canyon's district tonight.
Thank you. Tori Gillette. Tori Gillette, and then Jen Rupp and Bethany Foster, who are representing a group. So they will get 3 minutes.
Thank you, President Tingy and School Board. I have to say, I've presented to you multiple times before, and I've never been so nervous. And I think it's because I have so much passion for this topic. And also, as you know, this has been, in my 16 years, the hardest start to a school year I've ever experienced. And I know that you have heard that from many, many educators, many parents, and many students. And I firmly believe we don't teach academics, we teach students. We don't teach math and English and science, we teach children. Children have more than we need to teach than just academics. We need to teach social emotional learning. We need to teach problem solving. We need to teach empathy. We need to do that in combination with the family and the home, but we need to do it, and we need to do it now. It's been a hard school year. Our student behaviors are off the charts right now, more than we've ever seen before. We need a tier 1 program in our schools that our students can have a common language and a common expectation and be able to talk about their feelings. We need to have that. Not only does a social emotional program help support our students, it helps our educators. Our educators have told me many, many times how Second Step helped them to have the verbiage, the way to talk to a student, to help them problem solve, to help students have empathy, to help them manage in the classroom. We need to give those skills to our educators as well as our students. And we can't wait any longer. I hope you can get to a resolution, and I hope that resolution allows us to keep a tier 1 program into our schools so that we can support our students and our educators and provide those services. I understand that there are going to be concerns by parents. There will be concerns with any program that we choose. That is why when you talk about neutrality, we have to talk about neutrality is not eliminating things. Neutrality is about providing the supports and letting people choose, and choosing means we can opt out of a program, which is what we have. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Jen Rupp and Bethany Foster, they've signed up together to represent a group. And so they'll have 3 minutes. And then next is Ashley Anderson. And after Ashley Anderson is Allie Teller.
Thank you for having us. We're representing a group. I'm Bethany Foster, social worker at Altera Elementary.
And I'm Jen Rupp, social worker at Altaview Elementary.
We're representing a group of psychologists, social workers, and counselors at our elementary schools, including Bethany Foster, Aksa Dalal, Allie Teller, Hannah Gullo, Stephanie Knight, Barrett Capps, Jennifer Rep, Olivia Buckner, Brianne Blake, Kelsey Weaver, Nick Lennox, Katrina Van Tassel, Gina Lloyd, Doug Berger, Ashley Nettleton, Valerie Payne, Kimberly Forsyth, Gabrielle Ernest, Tracy Gerard, Yesenia Camacho, Pam Doyle, and Cambria Corsi.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you. Dear Canyon Board of Education and Superintendent Robbins, we are writing to ask you to support the continued use of the Second Step curriculum in elementary schools. The decision to utilize the Second Step curriculum was made through a formal evaluative process, which thoroughly considered the evidence base of the curriculum, the success of the school-based pilot programs, and the expertise of counselors, teachers, and administrators who thoroughly examined the curriculum. There have been no concerns raised regarding the elementary edition of the Second Step. The vast majority of the curriculum is taught from paper-based lessons that have been successfully taught for the past 3 years in Canyons District elementary schools. It teaches very basic skills essential to being college and career ready, such as following directions, listening to learn, resolving conflicts, and solving problems. It has been included in randomized controlled trials, and outcomes have been proven through a scientific process. We also have data from our own schools that show how the implementation of Second Step curriculum can improve school climate and help our students. For example, at Altaview Elementary, Second Step was just rolled out last year. Through an examination of our CIRCE data, which is the student risk screening scale for internalizing and externalizing behaviors. From fall to spring, we saw a decrease in externalizing and internalizing behaviors by 65 students. That's pretty big, especially in a very hard year like last year was. In another school, we have seen office discipline referrals have decreased dramatically since initial implementation, dropping from 412 in the 18-19 school year to 84 this past year. This 80% decrease in office discipline referrals amounts to students spending more time in the classroom, learning the skills necessary to be college and career ready. These outcomes were achieved because Second Step is taught to all children. There's a consistent language that is used school-wide, and the positive pro-social behaviors learned are reinforced by adults across all school settings. This consistency is not something that could be attained without a standardized curriculum used across the school.
One of the most important aspects of a successful program is the involvement of families. As social emotional professionals, we can best support students when we partner with parents, guardians, and other family members. The Second Step curriculum gives us the tools to do so. Families are made aware of what skills need to be taught or what skills are being taught through informational worksheets sent home regularly.
All right, thank you. We appreciate it. Ashley Anderson, and then Allie Teller, and then Jessica Anderson.
Hi, my name is Ashley Anderson, and I have children at Quail Hollow, Albion, and Brighton High School. I also serve on the Albion SEC. Thank you for letting me speak today. I want to focus on 2 topics today. The first one is to advocate for keeping Second Step. 2 of my children participated in Second Step at Quail Hollow, and I fully support the program. Every principal I have spoken to has stated that the teachers overwhelmingly like the program. Some teachers and administrators have even said, at the very least, keep Second Step in the elementary schools. It is a static curriculum that does not need to be vetted on an ongoing basis. I know some links were found within Second Step that were not in line with the Utah and Canyons District Code. Do not completely eliminate the program because of links that can easily be removed. You have an SEL curriculum already in place and it works. If the district has time to create and implement a new problem, then they have time to vet and pull links from the current program. Our kids need Tier 1 SEL support today, and they need a program that will meet their needs, not a crisis curriculum that the district will throw together hastily and put into schools while they create a long-term solution. The second topic, and this is the most important one, we need more support of our teachers and staff. It is an honor to live in the Canyon School District. area and have access to such wonderful teachers and staff. I have been in meetings with these teachers and they are tired. They need your support. I have felt their passion and I have seen their frustration at having no say in this decision. I am asking you to listen to them. Get a formal poll from teachers, administrators, and SECs. Go talk to them. Get their input and use what they have to say in making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Allie Teller, then Jessica Anderson, and then Jeremiah Olson.
Hi, everybody. My name's Allie. I currently work as a counselor at an elementary school in the district, and I pour my heart and soul into the work that I do. I'm very dedicated to supporting the social and emotional needs of our students, as well as creating more equitable systems in our schools. A really challenging start to the school year this year. And I told my friends I was either going to cry or puke. So I'm kind of glad I'm crying instead of puking. But I'm here tonight to ask for your continued support of Second Step. It's been transforming our schools in only the most positive ways. My school I'm super proud of is the school that achieved a 80% reduction in office referrals from the implementation of the program. And actually, a lot of what I was going to say has been said. So I'm going to take a minute to guide you through an awesome strategy that's taught in Second Step. It is the way that we teach our kids to solve problems. And they use a acronym called STEP, or the acronym STEP. The S stands for state the problem. The T stands for think of solutions. The E stands for explore consequences. And the P stands for pick the best solution. So if we apply that to our problem right here, right now, right? Our problem is that there's a disagreement about the use of our current social emotional curriculum. There are a lot of potential solutions, many of which have already been provided. Providing families with an opt-out option, is an awesome solution. Working with the publisher to remove parts that do not meet our goals is also something that has already been done. Links have been removed from the middle school curriculum. They're really willing to work with us. Allowing schools to work with their SCC and BLT to determine continuation is another possible solution. There are a lot of other ones. The exploring consequences piece of that that process is what we haven't taken the time to go over. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this evidence-based curriculum, and the time and cost of repeating the curriculum adoption process is highly consequential, mostly to our students, but to our educators as well.
Thank you, Ms. Teller.
The last step of the process is to pick the best solution. And I just really hope that you'll listen to everybody's positive feedback that's here tonight. And getting rid of the Second Step curriculum doesn't fix that problem.
Thank you. Jessica Anderson, Jeremiah Olson, and then Alin Cow.
First, I would like to express gratitude for the open-mindedness of the board and the action taken by the superintendent to put Second Step back on hold for all grades and advise the board to come up with a new curriculum entirely. While I personally believe the SEL has no place in our schools, period, I am here tonight to address the issue immediately at hand. That Second Step be thrown out entirely, the written and video content, and that a new assembly or newsletter form be implemented as soon as possible. I also want to express my willingness and desire to be involved in the process of implementing the new curriculum. I know that much of the debate has been created on the new updated video content of Second Step that displays a clear political agenda with damaging ideologies. These videos have no place in our schools and are harmful for our children. I am so grateful that we seem to be on the same page as parents and administration on that front, but my fear is that there may be thoughts of keeping the old written curriculum. In the 5th grade curriculum that I have personally reviewed, I was more concerned about the written curriculum than I was the video content. Lessons have the children getting into partnerships and discussing emotions that could leave them feeling, quote, vulnerable, as in the handbook. Another lesson advised teachers to monitor such partnerships as the activity being directed has the students asking potentially sensitive information about their personalities and feelings. These are just a couple of examples of what is in the written curriculum. I do not want my children being directed to have these types of discussions in school. How can a teacher possibly monitor 10 to 15 partnerships and effectively navigate such a rise in emotions among our children?
Our teachers are not equipped to handle these situations. They are not therapists. And even if they were, I have not signed up for group therapy for issues my children most likely don't even have that will certainly be suggested through these activities in the curriculum. In the 25-page curriculum review of the 8th grade second step curriculum, which I believe has been presented to the board, much of the concern comes from the written curriculum. If there's any question on whether the problem lies just in the new updated transformative SEL or in the entirety of the curriculum, I am telling you that none of the second step curriculum is fitting for a school setting. Moving forward, I would suggest that the new curriculum satisfying the state requirements be given in an assembly or newsletter form so that I can be present and have follow-up discussions with my children. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremiah Olson, and then Lynn Cow, and then Rebecca Hymas.
Just a rhetorical question for everybody here. I'm a parent with 2 children. Would I show a otherwise good movie to my children if it had 1 or 2 obscene scenes in it? My opinion is a little bit nuanced about SEL. I think there are a lot of surface level, really good qualities, really good exercises. I haven't reviewed every single lesson or video, but I found many redeeming qualities. However, I think there's a couple of problems. One, I think it's a little vague. I think vagueness at this level, at the curriculum level, opens up interpretation and execution problems on the ground level. And that can have a whole host of issues. Number 2, I think there's a lot of Trojan horses. There's some really good things, like I said, in this curriculum that I would support. But I think the vagueness coupled with these Trojan horses can really open our children up to some damaging ways of thinking. So I'm opposed to SEL, and I know many of my friends are as well with children in the district. I think it is overall a program that should be revamped. Maybe some things included that are good and things that are bad thrown out. I think we could probably mostly agree of the good things and the bad things. And also, as I thought about it, I thought, why not have children learn these things in an organic way? What if we doubled or tripled or quadrupled recess time so these children could learn these things organically, how to communicate with their peers, just like most of us probably did. And maybe, just maybe, some of these increased office referrals came from the fact that the past 18 months, if not more, our children have been kept from their friends or recess or school. They're a little bit pent up, just like we all are. But there's other ways to accomplish these things without slipping in potentially damaging ideologies and patterns of thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Cow, Rebecca Hymas, and then Hillary Hewitt. And I will just right now apologize for if I mispronounce any names. And so please correct me if I have.
Thank you for your time, board. My name is Elaine Cow, and I'm a member of the Altaview Schools Community Council. As an SEC, we understand how meeting the social emotional needs of the students directly affects their ability to engage in their math and language learning and meet classroom expectations. We use TSSP funds to have 3 additional behavior interventionists and increase the hours of the 1 the district provides. We increase the time of our social worker to full-time. As a school, we've invested over $4,000 in second step materials, a curriculum we had planned to use for years. I'm familiar with second step from handouts that my child brings home and the conversations that those help us initiate. I've taught second step curriculum as a long-term sub and a daily sub. I've seen the results when I substitute and volunteer in the classroom and how it helps students gain the skills that help them with their academic learning. I've seen the objective data that supports the benefits of teaching the second step curriculum. We trust the second step curriculum that the district has been using for 4 years and have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars. Please trust your professionals that have vetted the second step curriculum. Trust your social workers that are in the schools. Trust your teachers that teach in the classroom. Trust your administrators that are in the schools. Please consider a more moderate solution than completely eliminating a curriculum that the district has used for 4 years without problem and invested hundreds of thousands of dollars. The one questionable link has been removed. You know the amazing employees you have at Canyons. I do what I do and all that you have generously honored me for, because it is impossible to see how hard those employees work day in and day out and just sit back. Please support the teachers and their overflowing plates by allowing them to use a curriculum with which they are familiar to teach basic principles of respect, empathy, listening, and problem solving. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Rebecca Hymas, Hillary Hewitt, and then Cassie Smith.
It's Rebecca Jimmis. Thank
Oh,
you. For
sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you
today.
for correcting it.
No problem. So my name is Rebecca Jimmis. Thank you for letting me address you today. I'm here to speak to you as a parent of 4 kids who are in the district, 2 in elementary and 2 in middle school. But what's unique about my situation is I am a teacher in the district, and I've been teaching Second Step for 3 years. I've been teaching 4th grade. I also am a homeowner in Cottonwood Heights, Utah. I've always been grateful for the progressive nature of Canyons District. I've been impressed by the direction of its leaders that they've taken to ensure our students are getting a research-based education. I felt supported as a teacher and as a parent. I felt confident that our district leaders were making decisions with our entire community in mind. However, Superintendent Robbins' decision to remove the Second Step curriculum in all grade levels has deeply disappointed me. I've been teaching Second Step for 3 years. I have found its lessons and its strategies to be extremely valuable resources for me as a teacher and for my students who come from various different backgrounds. I do not feel that Second Step in the 4th grade curriculum has any political or underlying meanings. It is what it is. At a time where students are struggling more than ever with mental health and teachers are hanging by a thread, it is harmful to us to take these resources from us. We're not hanging from a thread because we don't have math books or books for our kids to read. We're hanging by a thread because of the behaviors we are facing day in and day out in our classrooms. To strip us of this resource is demoralizing. It's harmful to the morale of your teachers to take this from us. We've been using it for 3 years. My students have this language. They know how to talk about their feelings. My 4 children are attending these schools. I am so glad that they were having, not anymore, comfortable, supervised discussions of mental health.
Thank you. Hillary Hewitt, Cassie Smith, and then Stacy Peterson.
My name is Hillary Hewitt. I'm a parent, I'm a parent of 2 children at Sunrise Elementary and a member of the SUC there. I'm appalled and frankly really disappointed that a decision was made because a small group of very vocal parents came to you and got to decide what every student in the district was going to learn. As a board, you are responsible for the outcomes of every child, not just the children of a vocal group of parents. You've listened to teachers and other parents' support of Second Step, so let me tell you what my 2nd grader learned in Second Step last year. Being respectful, using positive self-talk, identifying feelings, showing compassion, emotion management, handling making mistakes, managing anger, solving problems, taking responsibility, and playing fairly on the playground. There's no political agenda in Second Step. It simply gives our children who are already having a difficult time in school skills to solve problems with their peers and their teachers. Please don't take this program away from our kids.
Thank you. Cassie Smith, Stacy Peterson, and then Chandra Brown.
Hello, thank you. I am also a parent of children in Canyon School District. I have children at Altaview Elementary, Altera Elementary, and Mount Jordan Middle School. So we have been through it all, and I'm here to give my input and let my voice be heard that I am disappointed in this decision to get rid of the Second Step program, and the abruptness of it was what really caught me off guard. I'm very grateful to our the principal at one of my child's schools at Altaview, who was able to send out an email first at letting parents know that we were putting the program on hold and that they would keep us up to date when more information became available. And then also for letting us know as soon as it was available that the program had been discontinued. I immediately felt a call to action to write back and voice, that I thought that was a terrible thing, because I have really liked this program, but I appreciated my principal keeping us in the loop. And as parents, because I didn't know that this was something that was even going to be an issue or going to be a problem, because the positive things that my children at different schools have said about this program and the papers that they bring home. As their parent, I do get to be involved in their education. They come home and I get to look at that paper and say, hey, you guys were talking about bullying today. Like, let's have a talk about it while we're eating dinner. I have this paper that gives me things I can do with my child at home. And now I am involved in that curriculum. I am part of that decision, and I get to choose at my house. Let's continue this discussion. If there was something that came up that I didn't agree with, as a parent, I would be able to look on this paper and say, no, we're not really going to talk in depth about this, but that's my choice. I wouldn't have those options to have that same verbiage, those same words, if my children weren't receiving that at school. If they weren't at school learning these things, coming home and talking to me about it, and we are able to communicate and work together and be a support of the school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stacy Peterson, Chandra Brown, and Jessica Davies.
Thank you. I'm a parent in Canyons as well. I have two children. First, I want to thank the superintendent for recommending that Canyons discontinue the use of Second Step and in order to develop a new politically neutral curriculum. My request of him and as a board is that you remove it permanently in all grades. As you know, Lisa and I reviewed the entirety of the 8th grade curriculum, and we put forth a report. Out of 27 lessons, there are only 2 that we said we had no concerns with. 2. So that's 25 lessons taught during the year that we had a concern with. Now, even if you don't agree with all of our concerns, it's pretty clear that we can't just say, oh, we're going to remove this link from this lesson, we're going to remove this video from this lesson, or not send home that handout. There is a political agenda that weaves through almost the entirety of this program, and that's our concern. So we're so grateful that you've put it on hold, and hopefully that you're going to remove the whole thing, not just the 8th grade. It is everywhere. I haven't reviewed the elementary curriculum as in depth as I have the middle school curriculum, but I have talked to many other parents who have, and they've shown me example after example after example of these same political agendas that are starting their way through and hopefully not going to make it all the way through till our kids can see that. The next issue is, if you do eliminate it, what then? Our hope is that you'll create or find a politically neutral curriculum that will be able to satisfy our requirements. Obviously, most parents want our children to learn about goal setting. We want our children to learn about standing up for what they believe and treating others with kindness. But when those are taught with social justice or with a racial slant or with a activism slant, that's bad, and we have a problem. I know that there's curriculums out there that are politically neutral, and in my opinion, the best way that a teacher can teach is by not showing which way he or she leans politically, religiously, what their sexual orientation is. That just doesn't have any part to play in teaching these children values. We would also request that they have the parents participate in helping you. We stand at the ready. We will help you find a curriculum or develop one. We will help you to find the right solution for all of the children that helps them to be great kids, academically well-rounded, great leaders for tomorrow without any political agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Chandra Brown, Jessica Davies, and then Sherry Sadowski.
Hi, my name is Chandra Brown. I have 6 kids in the they'll be going through the Canyon School District. First, I just want to thank each of you. I can feel the concern for our children in this entire room, everyone that's spoken, and I'm so grateful to genuinely work with each of you. You've been so great in my emails and concerns. I want to start with one of our nation's mottos, which is E pluribus unum, out of many one. It is because of our differences that we all come together in strength. My concern with SEL is that it has conflated good tools from social emotional learning with divisive ideology. Second Step teaches our children that they will be judged on their identity through their race, sexuality, gender, and religion, not on their character, which is their behavior, their actions, and their merit. They start in middle school where they have them do identity maps, or that's not where it starts. It starts in elementary, but they do identity maps in middle school. And it tells them to put their race, their gender, their sexuality, and it tells them to even put things that they may not want to tell other people about their identities. It then shows them video after video of children being put down because of their race, gender, sexuality, and religion. It is quite depressing, and it doesn't give them tools of empowerment in these specific videos. My hope, let me go on. In 7th grade, it defines harassment and bullying dependent on the power imbalance and also dependent on their race, gender, sexuality, and religion. It completely omits their character. It completely omits from the definition of harassment and bullying what the child is doing, their actions. My hope is that we can find a curriculum that honors Martin Luther King Jr. and his dream, that we can teach our children that they will be judged on their character and not their skin color. We can teach our children to unite together in E pluribus unum, out of many, one. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Davies, Sherry Sadowski, and then Alicia Cottle.
Hi, my name is Jessica Davies, and I have 2 children in this school district. Thank you for allowing me to take the time to comment tonight. I wanted to voice my opinion as a parent of the district and say that I am in favor of keeping the Second Step program in our schools. I've seen the positive benefits of this program in my own children and in their schools. I feel it would be irresponsible and do a great disservice to discontinue the use of this program without having a program of equal merit already in place. I did not want to come and speak tonight, but I believe it's important to listen to more parents in the district and not just the parents who are the loudest, but not the majority. There's no curriculum in the world that is going to please 100% of our stakeholders. This program is a great program, and the few flaws that have been found in it can be adjusted instead of throwing the entire curriculum out. My mother just retired from Canyons after teaching elementary school for 37 years, and she saw great improvement in her students' problem solving and conflict resolution skills through the use of this program. I'm very familiar with the program and both the benefits and the criticisms of it. The benefits of the Second Step program far outweigh the criticisms, and I believe that those areas that some of the stakeholders feel are problematic can be adjusted in a way that can help us find a healthy middle ground. I encourage the school board to work with the current curriculum to adapt it to the needs of the district instead of throwing it out. Let's be an example of how to work together and not let cancel culture take this great program from our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Sadowski, Alicia Cottle, and then Bryn Whitchurch.
Hi, my name is Sherry Sadowski, and I currently serve as a member of the SCCs at Brighton, Albion, and Quail Hollow. And most of what I want to say has already been said, but I wanted to go on record as someone in support of keeping a modified Second Step curriculum rather than taking time and resources to develop something from scratch. Every teacher and administrator I have talked to like the program and express their desire to continue with these valuable tools and resources. Please listen to them. The decision to pull Second Step without taking any surveys, talking to educators, or getting any feedback from your employees is truly unfortunate. Particularly in regards to the elementary program, over the past several years, it has already been in place throughout the district. There have been no red flags, no concerns, and from what I gather, nothing but positive reviews. Discuss these items with your teachers and administrators and support what they need to best help their classrooms and schools. Please advise the hundreds of educators throughout the district before making a decision based on a small percentage of parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia Cottle, Bryn Whitchurch, and then Christine Marszalowski. Please correct me when it's your turn.
First off, I just want to say thank you. My name is Alicia Cottle. I have 5 kids in various schools in this district. I have yet another concern with SEL. I have a child. I'm going to speak of my child who has anxiety. I'm going to speak of her, just my one little child. I was curious to get feedback from licensed therapists just to see their viewpoint on SEL. I'm going to spotlight one lesson from SEL. This is 5th grade. It tells the students to tense up, act like I'm going to condense this to kind of feel like they have anxiety. And then they say, the tension you are just creating in your body can be similar to how your body might feel when you are experiencing anxiety. What do you think anxiety means? And then let the children talk about anxiety. I have my daughter in therapy. I can't have her go back to a school that is talking about anxiety and then her anxiety flares. So I asked some licensed therapists their opinions. They said, this is why I don't like group therapy for kids and teens. It gives them ideas and things to think about that their brain wasn't even thinking. Why on earth would you give an already anxious kid who has tendencies to worry more things to worry about? It's so suggestive. It's like saying, now class, Alicia says she's worried about dying in an earthquake. Have any of you thought about that? Duh, I am now. Even worse, Alicia said she worries about hurting herself by taking pills or cutting her or whatever. This is from a licensed therapist. She said, even very healthy-minded individuals would start to think those thoughts if given the idea. My daughter has anxiety. I'm not a licensed therapist, but I could see when I'm reading these lessons over at the district and they're having group therapies with a teacher who doesn't know how to teach therapy, how it can stir up anxiety. Or I do have a friend, they were talking about it. He's in 7th grade and he came home and said, Mom, I think I have anxiety. And she said, why do you say that? Well, he listed what they talked about in school. So I am grateful, and I do not want this program. I do not want my child to have therapy from somebody who's not licensed, and I appreciate you putting it on hold. Thank you.
Thank you. Bryn Whitchurch, and then Christine.
So a couple weeks ago, I had told my 8th grader that I was going to opt him out of the 2nd Step program. I had told him that there were things that really concerned me, and I didn't feel there were topics that were appropriate for a 13-year-old. Luckily, it was actually that same night that the superintendent gave the recommendation to pause the program. I encourage the board to vote to remove the 2nd Step program completely, and here's why. First of all, this program brings up some very personal and sensitive topics. And like what was just said before me, these discussions should only be handled by licensed professionals. Our teachers are not licensed child psychologists or therapists, and some of these lessons and workshops are completely inappropriate in a regular middle school classroom setting. Secondly, the 2nd Step program refers students to a website called loveisrespect.org, which includes tips for your first time having sex, monogamous versus open relationships, sexual attraction and/or romantic attraction, and that's just to name a few. I feel these are completely inappropriate topics for 13-year-olds, and this website violates Utah sex ed laws that states that parents must give consent for their child to be taught sex topics. My last concern that I will mention is there seems to be a recurring theme in the 2nd Step lessons that parents are not a viable resource for their children. When students are told who they can go to for support and encouragement, parents are either listed last or they're not listed at all. Parents are sometimes even portrayed as unsupportive or ignorant. I am definitely not okay with any curriculum that tries to drive a wedge between me and my child. Topics of sex, sexual orientation, abuse, divorce, and others are very personal for each family. These are not topics that can be treated with blanket answers, and those answers should not be decided by some outside organization. These are between parents and their children. I have other concerns with 2nd Step, but these are just a few. As you move forward in finding a new program, I would ask that you be very transparent in your curriculum and include parents in this process.
I believe the new program you're going to explore is aligning with industry standards, but who sets those standards? As we've seen, Second Step does not often fall in line with our parental or community standards. And just listening to everyone, I do feel like everyone in this room wants the same thing. And I hope that we can all work together to find that. And I thank you for taking the time to do so.
Thank you. Christine, and will you please
I know. It's
correct me on your
hard to
last
say.
name? I apologize.
Is it on or off? All right,
Check
we'll
the
turn
green
it on. Okay. 2 months ago, I came to my first board meeting and I was told at the start, just like this meeting, the CRT was not being taught. Unfortunately, it has already been implemented and has been for years. Thanks to parents who investigated it, problems were pointed out and it was suspended. And I thank the board for correcting the error that was made. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, SEL is the new name for CRT. Manure by any other name stinks just as bad. It's a nice fluffy bunny, but it's got manure in the middle. You can give it nice words, but it has the same problems. The CEO of Castile for Second Step said, social emotional learning must actively contribute to anti-racism. We see SEL as a tool for anti-racism. This is the same anti-racism introduced by Ibram X. Kendi. And he has said the only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. The only remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination. That is not a solution at all. What might have been a good tool at one point in time has been corrupted. For many years, schools have been taking over for parents, more concerned with emotional than educational. They're using time that could be used to teach math, science, and English, etc., and they're focusing on how they feel. And while that sometimes has a place, it should not be our driving focus. Teachers are not trained psychologists. They're not counselors. Neither are they their parents. My kids' teachers are not their parents. I love them. They do a good job most of the time, but they are not their parents. And I seriously do not want them counseling them. And it is not their job. You want to know what parents want from their schools? For their kids to get a good education, to get good at math so they can become an engineer, to become good at biology and science so they can become a doctor, to be able to read and write so that they can competently join the world. That is what we need from our education system. We don't need them to be analyzing their feelings with unlicensed individuals. I don't want my kids taught CRT or social justice or sexualizations. We need to go back to the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid. We can talk about feelings. We can go according to, like Park Lane, it says respect, responsibility, safety. What more do we need than that? Respect one another, be responsible, and be safe. That covers everything, and it is not biased. It doesn't point out differences. It applies to everyone equally. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the patrons that have signed up to address the board, and we thank each of you for addressing us. I'm sorry, did you sign up? All right. Yeah, we'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. LeVar Christensen, a former state representative in this wonderful, wonderful school district. Tonight takes me back and reminds me of so many treasured and cherished meetings with you and those who have served before you. Perhaps you might recall the 6-hour meeting when we looked at saving the arts from 7 until 1 in the morning. And again, you have always listened so carefully and sincerely to the parents. I just wanted to mention one thing, and is that if you just make a note in the minutes, if you would, of this meeting, that Utah Code 53E-2-201, policy for Utah's public education system. I was honored to write this, as well as the civic and character education statute that I have brought to your attention before. But as we've recodified the education code, and my years of service spanned 16 of the last 18 years, and I served continuously in the education, co-chaired the committees. It's always been the passion of my life that when it comes to we the people, when it comes to education, it means we the parents. And so the Education Bible, the Education Code that's now being recodified, over 800 pages. What would you expect the beginning of it to say? Where's the beginning of the Bible say? In Genesis, in the beginning. You don't put it at the end, it's at the beginning. How does the Education Code for the state of Utah begin? 53E-2-201, the continuous cultivation of an informed and virtuous citizenry among succeeding generations is essential to the state and the nation. Parents have the primary responsibility for the education of their children and elect representatives in the legislature and on state and local school boards to administer the state public education system, which provides extensive support and assistance. All children of the state are entitled to a free elementary and secondary public education as provided in the Utah Constitution, Article 10. Moving to the conclusion, in the implementation of all policies, programs, and responsibilities adopted in accordance with this public education code, the legislature, the state board, local school boards, and charter school governing boards shall respect, protect, and further the interests of parents in their children's public education and promote and encourage full and active participation and involvement of parents at all public schools.
Thank you.
That's what I understand that you do so well. And it's difficult in a meeting like tonight to wonder what the voice is, but I think your pause decision, and I hope that we will continually reaffirm.
Thank
God
you.
we trust. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Christensen. Okay, that concludes our patron comments for this evening. And as I mentioned earlier, we thank you all for your engagement, for your thoughtful comments and respectful comments. And thank you for your time here. We will now move to the next item on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. I will ask for a motion.
I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda. Item A, approval of minutes for September 21st, 2021. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of student overnight travel. Item E, approval of LEA specific license.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes.
Yes.
Mrs. Nybauer seconded the motion. Yes, thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is item 8A, process for compliance with Utah State Board of Education Rule 277-328, equity and education. This is a second reading, and I will turn time over to Superintendent Robbins.
Thank you, President Ting. So as a follow-up to last board meeting, when we talked a little bit about equity and education in this new state rule 277-328, we discussed and shared just some thoughts on what equity in action looks like in our district and how it supports student success. And so tonight, I thought as a follow-up, it would be great to have Al Jackson and Kevin Giddens from Sunlight Works here with us tonight, just to share a little bit about their work with the district and some of the follow-up that they've done working with our board subcommittee as well as district administration. And we'll go from there. So if Kevin and Al want to come up, I just want them to know too how much I appreciate their work with us in this process as we go forward. So I'll turn it over to Al and Kevin.
Hello, and thank you for the time that you're giving us. My name is Kevin Giddens. I'm the senior partner, and this is
Al Jackson. I'm also a senior partner, so we have two seniors.
And we are senior, even though we may look a little younger, but we are definitely senior. We represent Sunlight Works, and as you can see on the screen, do you have monitors as well? Perfect. Sunlight Works has been around for over 20 years. We've worked with organizations in the U.S. and internationally, organizations, businesses, educational institutions, and we focus on leadership development, personal leadership first. What our standard content is all about is principle-based learning, principle-based development. And what that means is that it's not based on personal values. It's not based on politics or social justice. It's universal principles that are timeless that we're teaching the leaders. Today, we're focusing on our initiative around diversity and inclusion. And to be very clear, to define what that is, diversity is the fact of quality being different, period. You don't have to hug it, squeeze it, embrace it, accept it. Diversity is just different. And we have gotten away from that basic principle difference and are focusing on race and gender and all this stuff. That's just a very small portion of diversity. Inclusion is about inviting. It's about welcoming. And so our organization is helping leaders to focus on those basic principles around diversity and inclusion. It is, I think, horrific what happened to George Floyd. However, it was really frustrating that everyone went to the word race before they went to the word behavior. We focus on behavioral change, and race is secondary because you have to look at what the behaviors are. And as we share with you today, diversity is more than race. It's really about behaviors. It's about how we treat each other, about trust. It's about collaboration. And so our initiative today is dealing with diversity and inclusion, how we can bring about change with diversity and inclusion by focusing on those basic principles.
Great. First, I want to give credit to Dr. Robbins and his entire leadership team for being proactive. They reached out to us well before the school board acted in August. So I want to make sure that we note that for the record, that they've been proactive in this. And so it's given us an opportunity to come and help as best we can. And one of the things that make Sunlight Works unique compared to other D&I training initiatives is that we focus on data. We start with data. So what we were able to do was provide 3 assessments, and we surveyed principals and the district leadership.
Which is staff and administrators.
Staff and administrators, correct. Thank you. And we had about 60% participation in that, and I'll address that a little bit later. But we used the data to help us to be proactive, because what we'll do is we'll take that data and find out where the gaps are, and then build with the leadership of Canyon School District those D&I initiatives that help us close those gaps. And at the end of our engagement, then we do those assessments again to measure the progress that we made. And so the first assessment has to do with diversity, awareness, and understanding. The second one involves psychological safety. Are we creating an environment for people to be seen, valued, and heard? And third, organizational systems impacting those D&I standards. Because at the end of the day, what we're hoping to achieve, just like everyone in this room, is greater performance in the classroom. Creating an environment where the kids feel safe to learn, safe to challenge the status quo, and provide greater performance so they can compete in today's world. And I have to give credit to the Canyon School District for being proactive in this area and not reactive. So I'm going to turn over to Kevin to do the assessment number 1.
So as we mentioned, the assessment number 1 was called the 4 lenses. In the 4 lenses survey, social scientists did a study with 3 civilizations. They looked at Native Americans, they looked at indigenous populations around the world, and they discovered that these 3 civilizations distinct had agreement, a commonality, and they all believed in 4 distinct personality traits. And these personality traits was expanded by a social scientist called Carl Jung. Myers and Briggs took it a little further, but the essence is that diversity is more than on the outside. It's really based on the inside, who we are from our perspectives. And it takes these four personality traits and allows us to look at ourselves differently. No one likes taking assessments to say you should be a doctor, a lawyer, a nurse, or this. This assessment, the great thing about it, it's based on behaviors. So if you don't like the results, change your behaviors. And that's the great thing about this assessment. And so as we took the assessment and shared the results, we're going to share with you the results from the assessment. The participants got to look at it from a perspective of, oh, if this is my temperament and I don't like my temperament, I've got to change my behaviors. So here's the results of the assessment. It came out on these 4 colors. These 4 colors are represented by blue, green, gold, and orange. And if, as I describe this, if this relates to you, you'll understand how you can look at these behavioral traits to bring about change. When we surveyed the administrators, principals, and staff, it came out that the majority of them had a blue trait. Blue trait is all about relationship focus. And that was their strength. Communication is their high point of what they do very well. And every personality perspective have a part that is an opportunity to grow or a gap or a weakness. For blues, the weakness is enabling. Because they are into relationships, they want to keep peace and harmony. They don't like confrontation. They don't like contention. They love peace and harmony. They may not say anything. They may be quiet and allow bad behavior to go because they don't want to create a conflict. But blues are great because that's where relationships are found. The next highest that came out is logical thinkers, green. Green are great. We need green thinking, logical thinking. They're very matter of fact. Green is all focused on data, information. If you ask the green, we're going on a picnic, they want to know what time, who's going to be there, what are you bringing. They need data before they can make a decision. They cannot make a decision without data. And it's important to understand these combinations because as you look at these 2 personality traits, if green was married to blue, blue would call green and say, how you doing? I'm calling you at work. Green's saying, I'm fine. And they're silent. Blue is waiting for a paragraph of information and green answered the question, I'm fine, period. Blue says, well, I'm calling to see if I love you. Green says, I married you, didn't I? Now for a blue, they don't like that because they want more of a relationship, but it's important to understand green is a matter of fact. And green doesn't need to stroke a blue and say you're doing a great job. But if you have a principal that's green and teachers that are blue, teachers are wanting to hear a great job. They're needing that positive affirmation. And if the principal's not aware that that's their personality, he may not give them a positive word until their performance review. Now, a conflict arises. Now, if the principal happens to be a female and the teacher happens to be a male, all of a sudden we're saying, oh, we've got a gender problem. Has nothing to do with gender, has to do with the personality traits. If the principal happens to be black and the teacher happens to be white, we go, oh, we have a race problem. We do not have a race problem. It has to do with the personality trait. That's why this assessment is very efficient because it focuses on behaviors, not race, gender, sexual orientation. It has to do with who you are from the inside, not the outside. As you look at the goal structure, it's all about structure. Goals are about organization. And the great thing about goals is they bring the tradition. You want goals to train, but goals have a weakness as well. Green's weakness is they become arrogant. Not that they are arrogant, but greens can be perceived as arrogant. If you ask a green for directions and they say, if you're going to the store, you go down right, left, turn around the corner. What did you say? Right, left, around the corner. If you have to ask a green person a third time, they've written you off. They don't have patience with stupidity. And that's why they're viewed as arrogant. Not that they are, but that's their mentality. Golds, what they have to watch out for is they're control freaks. Now, again, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because as we learn our temperaments from this survey, it gets to be about behavioral traits and not race or gender or the outside. Orange are what we call juvenile delinquents. Not that they are, but because they're free-spirited, they don't like rules, they don't like authority, they're innovative. And here's the thing. We generally put teenagers who generally are orange with teachers who generally are gold. And we wonder why there's a problem. And the issue is, or we'll put teenagers, even from the inner city, with police officers who have gold mentality. And we think it's a problem. It's not a problem. It's just that the police officers are fulfilling their role of order, law, and the teens are fulfilling their order of fighting their perspective of fighting against authority. So I'm bringing this up to say, as you do this diversity assessment, you look at diversity from a perspective of personality and behaviors, and you teach people to learn how to work within those behaviors and change the behaviors versus changing other things that are not possible. So this is a recommendation. After doing this assessment, if you realize you have an imbalance, can we go back to the screen for a second? The imbalance is we're doing a lot of hiring the same. We hire who we like. And so it's not about hiring. We now need more Hispanics or Asians. That would be great, or Blacks. The issue is we need people who have those mentality, those characteristics. So if you notice, blue is covered. So if we're thinking about who we need to hire, we need a lot more of orange and gold because that's what we need. So I say that to say our recommendation would be to do professional development, train and develop our administrators and teachers to understand how do I work with blue, which is there's pages, we're just giving you a sample. There's pages and data of teaching qualities of how to work with blue, how to work with gold, how to work with green, how to work with orange. And these professional development opportunities would help people to understand what trust is, how do I build trust, how do I collaborate, how do I innovate, how do I problem solve within different personality traits. And that's our first recommendation with the diversity. Oh, and finally, the other thing we discover is that people aren't thinking with the whole brains. Even tonight, as we listened today, we had two sides. But what if the two sides came together and thought with their whole brain? As you look at these colors, both green and gold are left brain thinkers. Orange and blue are right brain thinkers. And they clash at times, but there are times we can come together. We need whole brain thinking in the district with our leaders. And what will happen is left brain is the linear, the math, the technology. They will censor very quickly, cut it, stop, edit it, get rid of it. The right brains will say, no, we need creativity, we need more. And the answer is, obviously, for those who study this content, you allow the right brain to have opportunity to create, to innovate. And then the adults come in and say, okay, time's up. Here's what we're going to do. We prioritize and we bring it down. But the idea, and I don't mean to flip it, but the idea is to always think with whole brain thinking. And oftentimes we're not doing that. We're jumping to either all right or all left. And so our other recommendation is to educate and share more of what behaviors are left brain behaviors, what behaviors are more right brain, to help people to realize when I'm behaving, I just jumped to right brain. Let me give it a little more time to that. I just jumped to left brain. Let me give more time to the right brain before I bring in the edit and the prioritization. So again, a recommendation is professional development around these competencies and to provide whole brain thinking in the district.
All right, psychological safety, inclusion. Do people feel safe in their environment to be themselves? Inclusion. So we look at the overall score is 72%, and these are net promoter scores. And the object behind this scoring is if the numbers come out to be 8, 9, 10, that individual is likely to promote the district or recommend the district. If the numbers are at 6, 7, right around that range, the person is more inclined to just be indifferent. So there's some work to do. These numbers are not that bad compared to other districts that we've surveyed, but there is work and room for improvement. So the first one where you got the highest score was inclusion. Do I feel safe and do I feel accepted? Learner, that's the second highest. Do I feel safe to engage in the learning process, to ask questions and give and receive feedback? Contributor, do I feel as though I can use my skills and talents to contribute and make a difference? And the last one where we've got some work to do is Challenger. Do I feel safe challenging the status quo? And you go back to what Kevin indicated, if you've got a lot of blues, they're more inclined to be more reserved and don't want to be confrontational. So they hold themselves back a bit. So let's look at some of the questions that we asked that involve inclusion. I'm treated with respect. I'm accepted as a member of my team. Those are pretty good scores. I feel included by the people I work with. Not bad. Learner. My team supports my efforts to learn. I'm allowed to learn from my mistakes, and I feel comfortable asking questions. A little bit lower on that end, 7.29. Contributor. My team allows me to do my job. My team values my contributions, and I'm encouraged to contribute as much as I can in my role. Now, here's the area that we identified that needs a little more improvement. And these are the 3 questions associated with Challenger. I can take responsible risks without being punished. I feel safe disagreeing with the way my team does things. I have the freedom to challenge the status quo. And so what we will do is we will take the leadership team of Canyon School District and we will create committees to address these areas and create those D&I initiatives that help us close those gaps. So here's our recommendations. Professional development is needed, particularly in the area of psychological safety and inclusive leadership. Everyone wants to be seen, heard, and valued. Do we create an environment where people feel as though they can contribute? We want to empower and engage committee work that represents all stakeholder levels. We're talking about training that is going to be, that we can create for the one who's working in the lunch lady, the lunch guy, the librarian, the teachers, the principals, and so forth. And then we want to encourage district leadership cabinet to look at Canyon strategies and operations to ensure that there's equity and inclusive principles. We want to be intentional about diversity and inclusion as we create these initiatives. Kevin.
The last assessment that we administered was assessment around organizational systems. And the reason why this is very important, you can go to the next slide. This assessment looked at these areas of organizational alignment, culture, identifying processes, confronting reality, and input for organizational priorities. You can already guess from the left side of those categories, what categories might receive a low score. If we have a lot of blues, confronting reality might not come so high. But as you look at these areas under input in organizational priorities, those areas was, do I have input in administration, financial health, student performance? Do I have input in professional development? And do I have input in human resources? So the first question I would like to ask is, and this is rhetorical, you don't have to say it out loud. Any thoughts on why, if we're focusing on diversity and inclusion, why would we administer an assessment around organizational effectiveness? And the answer would be, it's ineffective to just throw diversity and inclusion training at an organization before you have the infrastructure to support it. It's also not effective to throw diversity and training towards an institution because diversity and inclusion is not an outcome. Anyone who says we need diversity and inclusion, the question to be, why? That's the first question, why? Is it because of trust? Is it because of collaboration, innovation, productivity? You want to make sure your diversity and inclusion initiatives are going towards your organizational objectives, student performance, belonging, unity, equity. Those are outcomes. So we administered this organizational assessment to determine what are the priorities, and when we initiate diversity and inclusion initiatives, will they be aligned to your systems? And this has been the result of that. So the results came out in these areas. On stakeholders' needs, the scale is out of 6. So stakeholders' needs, 4.3. Stakeholders are feeling that their needs are being met. Strategic capabilities. So strategy is at a 3.7. Capabilities are higher. So we feel that we're capable, but we're not strategizing. We're not connecting strategy. The people concerned, because in every organization, people makes the organization move. That's a 4.5, you can see. But notice structure and process is a 3.7. Rewards had the lowest, that your administrators, teachers are not feeling that they're being incentivized and rewarded or appreciated. So somehow, even though we have all the blues, if you remember, we must have some green leaders that are not providing that reinforcement, bless their hearts. And then you have results. Are we result oriented at a 4.3 and culture at a 3.8? Our recommendation is anything that's in the threes are a concern. Even if it's a 3.9, for whatever reason, you had participants scoring it to get to the threes, and that's what I would be concerned with. So even though I want to compliment, and I'm not brown nosing because I'm already brown, I want to compliment Rick Robinson because I believe he is very strategic. He has a vision and a plan. But one of the issues are people aren't either hearing it or learning about it. There must be a communication gap because they feel they don't understand the strategy. So our recommendation is to spend time in doing initiatives around communicating our diversity and inclusion initiatives, because that's one of the areas that your leaders are saying, we don't know strategically why are we doing it. To have 40% of your respondents not take the survey is saying they're nervous about taking a diversity assessment. They don't understand it. Diversity is normally a charged word. People are afraid of it. And so that's concerning. Hopefully, at the end of this initiative, when we administer the survey for a second time, our success would be that 40% would take it because they are included into the strategy of why we're doing the diversity and inclusion initiatives. So as you look at those three areas, our recommendation is in these areas to create committees with developers who will develop initiatives around strategy, create a committee that will develop initiatives around diversity, create a committee to develop initiatives around inclusion and professional development. What that means for strategy is what's the vision aligned? How is strategy aligned to our vision? How is diversity aligned to the valuing of employees and contribution? How is inclusion, as you see, aligned to communication and operational effectiveness? And how is professional development aligned to inclusion and engaging the right people and empowering your administrators to do the work? So with that as a recommendation, we want to show you one last slide. The reason why we have these recommendations is because of these scores. Out of 6, if these areas are pulling these scores, those are the areas of opportunity that we have to work in. We wait for your endorsement of these areas. Once we have the endorsement of these areas, we then establish the developers, and the developers start working on these initiatives. Once the initiatives have been created, we'll come back to the board and say, here's what the initiatives are. Here's what we've created. The board will have an opportunity to approve, says, yes, continue to go, and we'll go a little further. We will work from, there's a philosophy in Japan that says you work a little and you say, is this right? And you come back. You work a little, is this right? In America, we like running with the ball. We like going way down to the end zone, then asking, is it okay? During this process, we're going to do the Kaizen way, where every step we go through the developer phase, influencer phase, execution phase, we'll come back to the board, get your approval, and then continue so that you will have continual input in the process from beginning to end. Thank you. Any questions, thoughts about what we're proposing?
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Superintendent, did you have anything to add?
I just, a couple of thoughts as we've kind of gone through this exercise. I really appreciate Alan Kevin's thoughtfulness and really understanding Canyon School District and our needs and kind of the current climate that we're in. And I really appreciate the thoughtfulness around this professional development piece. For me, I think, there's been so many questions about what does this actually look like in our classrooms, and how does that affect freedom of expression, and what employees and students are able to do or say. And I feel like that when you overlay the Rule 328, which is, I think it demonstrates diversity and inclusion in a lot of different ways, and how it talks through that, as well as how it also kind of lays out expectations for neutrality and impartiality in our classrooms. I just feel like their work really aligns to that and supports, the district's vision. So I see that as one element. I also see the influence in curriculum that this can provide, as well as the board. Really, it's not my strategic vision. Kevin's giving me way too much credit. Superintendent is just one, element to that. But really, the board's the elected officials that represent our community. And in the end, in the spring, I think the strategic visioning process that the board is currently going through, and right now we're in that community engagement phase, and really looking at that data that will inform the board. I think this weaves into that conversation very well, and will inform the board in that decision, and can really develop those anchors that then can drive diversity and inclusion initiatives. And it kind of is timing up that way. And I know that's difficult, because I think, to Kevin's point, it has kind of put us in this suspended time where, people are not real sure. I mean, we're still relying on our strategic vision that, is now 11, 12 years old. And so, yes, we're looking forward, and we're kind of in that time where there's some uncertainty, and then you throw the pandemic on top of that. And I think that's kind of, exacerbated some of those issues. But I think it is, a great time for hope, and looking forward, and how this will inform our strategic vision long term. So I just appreciate their work and support.
Thank you. Board thoughts, questions? Okay, Mrs. Nybauer, then Mr. Wrigley.
I just wanted to first thank you both for being in person. It's been fun in committee work to do some Zoom calls with you. One thing that I really appreciate in this discussion, as we look at the board rule, the state rule that's also been adopted by the USB, but is the fact about promoting this neutrality and this unbiased perspective in the classroom. And something that really, I really appreciated is in the first Zoom call with both of you, the strategies of always initiating that we see, we hear, and respect. That really drew me in at that point. And when I see it down to the student level and the classroom level, is this idea that everyone feels safe, that they can contribute, and that I really liked Kevin shared a story about when he was young and how important it is to appreciate our differences, but to become unified together in the commonalities. And so I just wanted you to, maybe if you could talk about that just for a moment, of how we see like a real life practical example in the classroom, because that really resonated with me. So just a real life example in the classroom of how this is going to help us with our neutrality and inclusion.
Well, 3 words that everyone, even in this room, 3 words that everyone wants to be heard. I see you, I hear you, I value you. And I want you to know, Canyons, we have worked with schools in California, believe it or not, in Idaho, and back east, Midwest, and your results are the highest of all of those schools. So if anyone thinks that there's issues with racism or there's not problems here in this district. You've got great teachers doing great work. It's a great community, but there are some areas that we need to be aware of. And those areas are sometimes what's called unconscious bias. And the unconscious bias comes out naturally that we don't see people. If there's someone who is a special ed student and they're in a school and they're walking down, we may inadvertently, we may not recognize it, but if I'm a parent holding my son's hand and we're crossing the street and I see someone looking shady, I may bring my child closer to me.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And you don't realize, parents, what you're doing is telling that child, oh, every time you see a wheelchair or every time you see something, something's wrong. And so that's letting them, a child know, ooh, every time I see someone with red hair, or every time I see someone who's homeless, they may be a threat. And those are unconscious bias that we've got to help people look beyond. And so see differently, because I grew up thinking, oh, wheelchair, pretend I don't see them. Now, if you think about it, if you pretend you don't see someone in a wheelchair, what is that telling the person in the wheelchair? Or if you see someone limping and you pretend you don't see the limp, what is that telling them? You want to see the limp, you want to see the wheelchair, because that's who they are. Just like I say, I'm a bald, black-headed guy. And it's okay to say that. Everyone say, Kevin, you're bald and black. Isn't that wonderful? And she has blonde hair. Isn't that wonderful? It's okay to see these. When you don't see them and you say, I don't see diversity, I just see gray. Everyone's the same. That says you don't see me as a black man and you don't recognize me. That means you won't hear me and validate me. So these principles of see, hear, and validate has to do with seeing the individuality of a person and valuing it. Not to say that it's not good to have commonalities. We want to find them, and we don't want to treat me different because of that, but it's important to see those differences.
Yeah, I think the one thing I might want to add is also Kevin and I have raised our kids in Utah. So we were down in Utah County, which is another part of the universe, but we had our kids. Sorry. But we raised our kids in public school systems. So we have a different perspective on this, and we bring that to the table as well.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley?
I appreciate you guys being here. From what I understand, that the state law is that we do diversity training within our staff. And I really appreciate your different way of looking at this. A friend of mine.
It's the principal way.
I know. And it's so different because a friend of mine was in another school district, which I won't mention. And she came in on diversity and inclusion is a nasty word in some districts. And she came in and they told her because she was of one race, she was prejudiced and she had to deal with it. And you're telling me she may have been blue, green, or yellow and not a particular color.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
And that somehow we need to take a look at, I do as a counselor, I do a lot of personality tests, and frequently you'll have a wife come in and say, something's wrong with him, fix him. And it really is not, he's just different. And you do the assessments like you're showing and it's going, he is okay. He's just different. He's an introvert. She's an extrovert. So I really like the approach that you're taking with this. It looks like you're going to be doing it with all of our staff. It's going to be a way that's not going to label anybody a racist or anything else. It's going to label people basically based upon personalities and taking, so here's the problems, and this is how we could resolve these problems rather than maybe making it worse and causing more problems by labeling people and stuff.
And when we get to it, we don't even want them to label a person, oh, he's a blue or she's a blue, versus she's exhibiting blue behavior. He's exhibiting green behavior. That's the language we want to get them to, focus on the behavior, not just the color.
Yeah.
And a person is made up of the top two colors, not just the one. So people more dynamic than that. But yes, you're exactly
in
right.
business, I've been in business for years, and we use the Myers-Briggs and stuff. And if I've got a boss that's a certain personality, I could present myself to him and help him understand in his language rather than coming from my point of view. So if I understand where they're coming from, I could understand, even though you have a blue personality traits, I'm going to present to you based upon that. I'll speak your language, you'll understand me, and then maybe you'll say, oh, you're orange, and let me understand orange. So I appreciate this way of going about it. It's so much different than the traditional inclusion and diversity training that people are just sort of shunning across the country because it's shaming them. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an honor student right there. I'm telling you, you've got it right.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See, Mrs. Arnold, and then Mr. Millerberg.
I just want to tell you that this is eye-opening because I I know sometimes I feel like there's a disconnect between what's going on between us, between cabinet, between administration, between other employees. And so this is great data for us to look at and look at that disconnect that you're talking about. I was a little shocked that you told us we need to hire more control freaks and more juvenile delinquents. But
No, that's amongst the administration. We haven't done the teachers yet. I'm sure the teachers will come out more gold, but that's the administrator, staff, and principals that you don't have enough gold.
oh my goodness, thank you for that clarification. All right, so I really do appreciate all of that and to let us know where we are. And I really like the direction you're going. Like we used to do these personality tests, and I was always every color. So it's fun to be able to hear what you're saying and know the direction and learn how to better express ourselves and to be able to work through that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Millerberg.
Can I just tell both of you how at ease you put me when we were on our first Zoom call? It was wonderful. Kevin, for you to stand up there and say you're a black, bald man, I thought you and I have got a lot in common.
We do. We do. And you have a beautiful head. It's beautiful. It really is.
And the first time, Al, you complimented me on my suntan. Do you remember that? And I thought, you guys have taken the race issue and made everybody comfortable with it. And we can look at it and say, we are who we are, and there's a lot more we have in common than we have different. You know, many years back, I took a personality test and they used red, white, blue, and yellow. And red was kind of the dominant personality. And I told my wife when I finished, there were 45 questions. I said, I'm a healthy mix of red and yellow. I've got 44 red and 1 yellow. But I appreciate very much the way you approach this. I still, even though you tell me I may exhibit green traits, I think of myself as green. And I am very, very much appreciative of the way you guys have come in and handled it and explained to us that diversity does not mean color. Diversity means our behavior. And I think that if we could teach that, we would all be so much better off.
Thank you. Mrs. Oakes.
Hi, so glad you guys are here. It's wonderful to see you in person, and I appreciate all of the work that you've done. I think this will be really useful to inform our strategic planning. I love what you have to say about hearing, seeing, and valuing people. And I also want to kind of ask you a question with regard to how this plays into, or how it works when there are individuals that have a story that is impacted by difference. I would never venture to say that as a white woman that's grown up in Utah, that I understand what it's like to be a Black woman in the South, the Deep South, or there are oftentimes people who will say to me that they understand what it's like to have disabilities, but after growing up with a paraplegic grandfather and a child that has disabilities, that does impact your world and the way you see things. So I'm curious about how this works with regard to individuals that do have a story that impact their perspective, and how we make sure that that's honored and valued. I absolutely agree. I think the principles of seeing, hearing, and valuing another human being is at the core of who we need to become. I'm just curious about how that works from your perspective.
I'll tell you Foster's story. I think that what the Foster home story. Is that what she's asking about?
I don't know, but that is real what you're saying. And for example, what I hear you saying is that we don't want to get so far to the right or left that we ignore that, yes, we do have humans that do treat people differently because of race, because of sex. That is true. But it's very important. You would not prescribe medicine before you diagnose, or you wouldn't. In this country, we always say innocent until proven guilty. We always want to go to race before we look at something else. If people's hurt, my wife is a clinical social worker, which means I go through therapy every night. And she has taught me that hurt people hurt people. And you have people who are African-American or different races, and they're hurt. And because they're hurt, they're not recognizing that it's the hurt that they're feeling, and it's not about their race. And my particular comment is, Frederick Douglass has a wonderful quote that says, "I know of no rights of race more superior than the rights of humanity or human." And if I'm hurt, I've got to really ask myself, is it really because of race, or is it really because of something else? If it is because of race, then you apply that same principle to behavior. For example, as I mentioned before, again, I want to state for the record, it is horrific what happened to George Floyd. But before any investigation, before any law or sentencing, everyone went to race, and it could have been that officer was very gold, focusing on authority. He wanted authority. And Mr. Floyd was really an orange, and whatever he did, we teach our sons, if a police officer says stop, don't run. And so my point is, I'm not blaming anything on Mr. Floyd. I'm just saying, based on his personality, by what he could have said, the officer could have went into my authority mode, and I want you to respect me. Now, if it is race, then you apply the same principle. The behavior that the officer did was he was applying undue force, and you focused on the undue force. By focusing on you're white and he's black, that's a abstract concept that officer is not going to comply with to bring about change. You bring about change by teaching the officer, you applied undue force. If it is race, then we talk about what that behavior is. You are now applying force because of race. And so my point is, I don't mean to be redundant, is you've got to apply it to the behavior and figure out what the behavior is. And that's how you're going to bring about change, because race is very ambiguous. It's like all this kumbaya. You just can't understand it, but you can understand a behavior. I hit him. I withheld a job from him. I inappropriately touched this woman. You focus on the behaviors, and then you go backtrack to say, did you do it because you're dominant, or did you do it because she's a woman? And then you apply social scientists from, that way. So all I'm suggesting is you do have to apply those principles, but you have to exhaust everything else and make sure, is it other behaviors first before you go to race? Because if you focus on applying the race pill and it's not race, you're not going to solve the problem. That person is just ornery, and they're going to always be ornery, and that's the problem. And you didn't apply the ornery pill, you gave the race pill. Now we've got a problem. We've got people fighting, arguing, looting because you didn't apply the right pill. Respect was the pill you should have applied. And you were saying all these black people looting. No, they're not black people looting. They're just people who don't have respect. Focus on respect.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Kevin. So, and I want to just point out one of the things I really appreciate about your approach, and especially the goal of psychological safety. One of the great tragedies that I've seen in my opinion or perspective over the last year has been that this discussion that we've had about race, or perspectives about race, has actually pulled us farther apart as a country. It hasn't brought us closer together. In part because we're so fearful about offending somebody or being perceived as the enemy. And I appreciate you bringing a space, like you said, of greater psychological safety to be able to actually openly talk about behaviors, about perspectives. And I do think that that's an important thing for us to be able to have real conversations and act in order to be able to be seen and heard. So thank you again for being here.
And I just want to close by saying what you just said is the key. You've got to establish the reason why it hasn't worked in America of all these, let's come together, is because they haven't created psychological safety first. That's the first thing you have to do with any group is create safety so they can learn, safety so they can feel they can contribute, safety they can be heard. That's the first thing. And that's what we hope to do before we do any initiative is establish a level of safety. And if race has to be taught or gender, that's what you do, but you have to find what to do to create safety. Then you move forward so that is not looming over you. So thank you.
That'll be the first part of any professional development we do is we start with psychological safety.
So thank you. I think that's all of the comments. So I'm going to show a little bit of my green and maybe gold behavior here. And I'm going to ask next step, because in the state rule 277-328, the district is required to develop professional training, which I think you've given us a vision of, a good picture of your vision for that. But it needs to be something that has to be available to the public for their review. There's that transparency piece, and it needs to be board approved. So I guess I'm just asking kind of next steps, timeline, things like that.
So the first question is does the rule have a time frame?
It's not stated in the rule, and I don't think there is a deadline at this point.
So the next steps is to get approval from the board on those 4 areas. Once you say those 4 areas are good to go, then we have a development team developing those areas. And as I said before we get too far, we will come back and say, here's what we got so far, and it'll be approved by you before we get go any further. But after you have developers, then we have a team of influencers who will socialize it to parents, stakeholders, community, so that they know what's going on. And then you have drivers or executors. So before we even deliver any training, we've got to go through those stages of developing it, then socializing it, then driving it and executing it. And so I hope that we can have your strategic plan out by December or sometime soon, so that as we're developing our diversity initiative, it can be aligned to that strategy so that we don't put the cart before the horse.
Okay, but you anticipate it being something that could be articulated and out to the public for like posted on our website and things like that.
Oh, yes, completely.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions?
Just to comment on that, President.
Thanks.
I do see it. I mean, from the beginning, this was a challenge that I brought to their attention, that through the strategic visioning process, that some of this may run parallel in those discussions and how we implement it. I mean, to me, the professional development piece seems to emerge as probably a priority, that we get something in place, sooner than later. I'm hopeful that the principles and anchors that will emerge from the strategic vision, that maybe those can begin to emerge sooner. I don't see a polished strategic vision in place until early spring at the earliest. So, the timing on this is not going to line up exactly, I think, how we all would want it. But, I think listening tonight, listening to the committee, listening to administration, as we get more feedback from the public and from our teachers and principals and community at large, that hopefully those things will begin to emerge. I think starting with professional development probably as the priority in what we get accomplished first, and then go from there. But I do think it's important that the strategic vision get to a place where it's solid enough that you feel it really can drive as the North Star and driver in the process.
Great. Thank you. All right. We really appreciate your being here with us and for all that you've enlightened us with. Appreciate that. Okay. Next on the agenda is the policy update. And while Mr. Christensen is coming up, policy update for 500.24 student educational travel policy and policy 200.6 Teacher and Student Success Act, TSSA and exhibit. This is a first reading. Mr. Jeff Christensen, Assistant Legal Counsel.
Thank you, President Tingy and members of the board. So as indicated on the agenda, we have two policy recommendations from the policy committee for first reading. So the first one is our student educational travel policy. And specifically here, we're looking at one regulation near the end of the policy. We've experienced over the last year, as many other organizations are experiencing, labor shortages, particularly with commercial transport in other areas. And so one of the issues we're facing is being able to transport students back and forth on overnight travel trips. So we're modifying the policy, or recommending to modify the policy to reaffirm our ground transportation priorities, but offer an additional option. As you can see on the slide and in the memo, what we've done is reiterated the prioritization of first going to our school bus transportation, then second to our commercial carriers, and third, we're adding an option where rental vehicles could be used in narrow circumstances. This would be when a maximum of 2 rental vehicles could be used for transport of smaller groups. And we've also added, as outlined in the policy, some additional safety measures in working with state risk management. Specifically, there are additional training state risk offers for defensive driving that we would require our administrators or employees that would engage in this form of transportation. They would be required to go through. And as outlined in the slides, we have also just outlined what those provisions would be. So other than what's listed in the red line, the real effort here is to create another option within safety parameters for transportation. The other policy that is for first reading is the exhibit on our Teacher and Student Success Act framework. And as you recall, through state statute, the district is required to adhere to the Teacher and Student Success Act, and it allows boards to create a framework for development of school plans and go through the school approval process. We adopted a framework with the policy 2 years ago, and what we've done here is just made a few minor edits to that framework that's outlined on the slide. We've modified the title to address that it's a plan and development process that's conducted in accordance with state statute. And as SCC, school community councils, are meeting, we're requesting that additional data be provided in those meetings as they develop their plans. And then also in the framework, we've added that a plan should include a contingency expenditure plan, which we haven't had previously. Of course, a TSSP plan can be amended, but this would be built into their plan that should there be a plan for dispersing of the funds they're going to use for that plan, that in the event, for example, technology was intended to be purchased and it became unavailable, that they would have an alternative mechanism or plan to work with. And lastly, that the plan should be referenced on the school's website. Again, these are both for first reading. I can answer questions, recognizing these will come back for second review and discussion.
Any questions, board? I guess, yeah, no questions. So I do want to just say on the data that most principals and schools, SCCs, are looking at data. We just wanted to put it in the framework as one of the requirements for the development process. So we're not really asking them to do anything that they're not most likely already doing.
Yeah, thank you. The other.
Okay, let's see. So that concludes that one. And then now we'll have Mr. Christensen address policy update to policy 500.11 and which is special education for students with disabilities, and the updated CSD special education policies and procedures manual. This is a second reading, possible action.
No, it was a separate PowerPoint. That's all right. I can speak to the issues with this one. So in our previous meeting, we brought before you our special education policy, which when it was adopted, we adopted through our exhibits, the state procedural manual that the special education rules for special education that is promulgated by the Utah State Board of Education. And we're required to adopt those rules. What we've done in this policy is USBE has gone back again and revised rules, those rules that they're by statute are required to adopt. And then each district has an opportunity to develop their own policies and procedures. And through that process, our draft is sent to USBE for their internal review, and then it's returned to us to be approved by the board. So this agenda item is updating the policy to include those procedures, and both the special education rules from the state and our policies that adhere to the IDEA, or the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, will be now part of the policy and as exhibits.
Thank you. Any questions or discussion, board? All right, I don't think there are any questions or discussion. And as I mentioned, this has been listed as possible action, so a motion would be in order. And if someone makes a motion, please specifically say, include the update to the policy and approval of the CSD Special Education Policies and Procedures Manual.
So do we want to go one or the other on this?
It could be all in one motion, but just specifically mention that policies and procedures manual. We're right here on 8C.
Okay, sorry. I would like to make a motion. I sat on the committee. We reviewed all this stuff. There was nothing extraordinary about it. Most it was just requirement by law, and we added on to that. So I make a motion that we approve updated policy 500.11, special education for students with disabilities, and updated CSD special education policies and the procedure manual as stated in the agenda on item C.
Thank you for that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, I will ask for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Christensen.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is item 8D, discussion on social emotional learning curriculum. I will turn time over to Superintendent Rick Robbins.
Thank you, President. First off, I just want to say thank you to everybody that's here tonight that has offered their input and their thoughts. And that includes emails and phone calls from our patrons, our parents, the public. Obviously, this is an intense topic, as most have been through the pandemic, and this certainly feels the same. So I say that with great respect to everyone that has participated, and I fully recognize the gravity of the situation, and it weighs on me heavy, has weighed on me heavy over the last little while, as it has on all of you as board members. I really believe, and I've said this from the beginning, that we have more in common than we have different. And I'll stick to that. I know that feels glass half full, but it's true. We are not the enemy to each other, and we are the union, and we should proceed accordingly. And hopefully, as I've suggested before, is that we find common ground to do just that, that our children should not be partisan. This shouldn't be a battleground. Instead, it should be a place of harmony where we work together and we move forward. And one thing that I'm very proud of is the fact that we can come together in board meetings and meet and discuss these issues. I know everyone has their own passions and their own feelings about this, but I'm very grateful that everyone can be respectful and kind to each other. That's not a bad thing. And that doesn't, that doesn't, it's not trendy. It's the right thing. It always has been the right thing. And I would think that we would want to model that for our own children in their behavior. I think it's important to note, and I'm going to state this I've said this before, that I think we all want the same things for our students. I have supported social emotional learning from the beginning. I have supported it over my entire career. Many times over my lifetime, I can think of those most teachable moments, whether it was as an athlete, former athlete, Mont. He likes to give me a hard time about that, but I've showed him on the golf course that I'm more than a former athlete. But I think about so many of those teachable moments where, in that moment of time, a teacher or my parents or an adult, talk to me about empathy, or talk to me about goal setting, or talk to me about resilience, or how I treat others. And so I think there is a lot of good to be had, and I think we do want the same things. And when I look at what was described to us tonight by Kevin and Al about being seen, being heard, being valued, a sense of psychological safety and belonging, recognizing diversity and differences and celebrating that. And I look at the industry standards set by CASEL, which our state has adopted, not just at the district level, but at the state level. Yes, there are issues with CASEL, and I have recognized that. But when you apply those same principles to self-awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, relationship skills, and social awareness, I think there are a lot of commonalities there that we can find our way forward that doesn't have to be combative. So I want to pick up from where we left off in our last board meeting. The recommendation to the board was to discontinue second steps at that time. And I want to be very clear about this, is that my position is not an indictment on the need for supporting our students with social emotional learning. The issue here is that as we've gone forward, in fact, I think, and I'm speaking for myself here, no one else, but I have been one of the biggest supporters of second steps. Publicly, I've supported second steps. I've supported social emotional learning publicly. And so, these comments about, me not supporting this are just not true. It's not true in my actions. It's not true in what I have said. The facts are that as a district, as we've gone forward, that yes, certain links and certain attributes of the second steps program as a vendor, I cannot stand behind. And that doesn't mean that this is the only solution. I'll present a solution to the board. It's one of many. The board has the prerogative and the precedent to do as you choose, and I'll take that direction. But we dropped the ball as a leadership team, and there's no other way around that. And I can't defend some of the links and some of the agenda that I see with second steps. It has been terrific. It's been terrific over the years. I've seen second steps in many districts, and there is still a lot of good there to be had. But as this went forward, if there's even one question of credibility or trust that is corroded because of what has been presented to me, then for me, that's enough. And that means that I can't go forward and recommend to you that we sustain that, because we know in education that curriculum is built one principle on the other, and it's very systemic that way. And over time, it really is a matter of building on principles from the time that our students are kindergartners all the way through 12th grade and beyond. And so if we choose to parse out, which that clearly is an option, if we choose to parse out parts of that, then we're accepting the reality that we may be playing whack-a-mole on an ongoing basis, which I don't know that that's healthy for anyone. So after those things came to light in recent months, and more most recently with some of the websites and links and hyperlinks that were part of that, I'm only speaking for myself, but it calls into question my credibility as well as the districts. And that's why I recommended that we put it on hold and discontinue until we could talk about some solutions. So going forward, I first want to just recognize the great things that are happening, as mentioned tonight, by our social workers, our psychologists, our counselors, our teachers. I am deeply grateful for the work that they do. And I think, as I've said before, it's very, this is uncommon valor that our teachers show up, our counselors show up, our psychologists show up every single day to serve our students. And these are just a few examples. And I know you've seen this flow chart, this infographic before, but this is, my point is that this is just a small part of what happens every single day in our schools. Whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, we're in a place in our country that our students show up with all kinds of different, baggage each day. And I'll leave this great senator unnamed, but most of you will know who I'm talking about. He and I had this discussion, and you may have heard him tell this story about school lunch. At one point in his career, he actually tried to pass legislation to ban school lunch because that's just a cost we don't need. Kids should show up with school lunch. They should have their lunch. Look, they bring their lunch every day. Why are we paying for this? And then he spent some time in schools, and he spent some time seeing what actually happens in cafeterias at lunchtime and the great need to provide that service to kids. And if you're hungry, you can't learn. I mean, I'm one of those kids. If I didn't have lunch, if I didn't have that service provided to me, then I'm not going to learn. I'm checked out right there. So there is a necessity. There is a need to provide certain services for our students, to build them up, to help them have a positive experience. And that is the world that we live in. I'm not saying that is right or wrong, but it's the reality that we're in. So we should be there to support our kids in every way that we can possible, hand in hand with our parents. So these are just some of the layers of things that happen within our schools every single day. And I think it kind of goes back to, being seen, being heard, being valued. And that, that's a lesson that I learned at a very, very young age. There is so much power in that, in being part of something bigger than yourself. This is not an individual endeavor. This is about us working together. So where are we now? So as I mentioned, this is one solution to think about going forward. Nearpod is a statewide learning system. The state adopted this many, many years ago. It's supported by our State Board of Education. It has a state contract. It's also supported by our legislature. They have funded Nearpod subscriptions for all teachers in Utah. Is it perfect? No. Just like any SEL curriculum, Nearpod does a lot of different things. They provide multimedia lessons. They provide assessments. There's a lot of different support there. I'm only suggesting this as a potential temporary solution, and we'll talk about long-term in just a minute. But you can see there, our team's been looking at these lessons and vetting those. This could fill that void. I think as it was mentioned tonight, one of the big issues with this pause is that with everything on our teachers' plates, adding one more level of training is not acceptable at this point. And I agree with that. This is very plug and play friendly. And is it as in depth as second steps? Probably not. I'm not saying that it is, but if we're looking for a temporary solution that's supported by the state, that has tremendous support across many different districts, I think Nearpod could fit that temporary solution. So how that would look is we would control every single lesson through cabinet, through my leadership team. It would be open to the public. One of the things that I really like about Nearpod that I wish Second Steps would learn is being visible to parents and the public. And with Nearpod through Canvas, those lessons can all be visible on demand versus having to come to the school or coming to the district to review these. So I really like the transparency piece that this could have. It would also provide us much greater control in what we approve or roll out to our teachers. So this could be a temporary solution until we get to a long-term solution. And I'll take questions after I get to this last part. So a little bit about Nearpod, you can see kind of what they align to. They do align to CASEL. If you look at those standards that we actually have in our culture and climate umbrella there, these are all included that are there. And you can see, I think one of the things that's important is that it does have research and evidence-based resources, as mentioned. I realize, and I appreciate one of the comments that was made by one of our patrons tonight. One of the challenges is that right now in Utah, there are no clear SEL standards. There are standards that are embedded in certain rules, right? Like suicide prevention, like bully prevention, healthy lifestyles, that's in our state health curriculum. But there's really not anything out there that clearly defines SEL standards. And so because of that, it really does kind of create this wild west of resources that are there. And so relying on something that has research and evidence behind it, I think has been a longstanding practice in Canyons, and one that you have utilized before. So you can kind of see what that might look like with Nearpod. It would follow the same type of protocol. So long-term, a couple of things. One is this does not follow traditional curriculum adoption protocol. We're in the situation we're in. And so I would ask the board to consider whatever that decision is that you consider a waiver for curriculum adoption at this point as needed. And it doesn't mean that we veer from that long term. It just means that we may have to veer from that in the short term with whatever direction you give administration to go. Long term, I believe and know that as the strategic plan it unfolds, and we're already starting to get much of that feedback, and later tonight Shelby will summarize some of that in her report. But as that data emerges, social emotional learning support in Canyons is very strong. Most of the survey data that we're receiving is very supportive of supporting this. And so I think what I envision and see is that as the board works through the strategic visioning process, is that there will be certain anchors or principles that emerge that can really drive this process. And then in the spring, early spring, or maybe sooner, based on those anchors that you develop, then you can direct administration in partnership with a committee or parents, administrators, employees, however we want to do that. But we would backward map those standards with social emotional learning curriculum. Now that might look like either an RFP that you go out. I would actually recommend that. And I know in the last meeting I suggested in-house. The more I'm listening to our staff, the challenge of doing in-house curriculum is daunting. And I probably underestimated how difficult that would be, especially where at this point there are not state standards. But who knows, right? I know the state board is thinking about this, and they may come up with their own state SEL standards sooner than later. We already have USBE Portrait of a Graduate P20 competencies. There's great support and resources there that can help define dispositions and skills for our students that can help drive this. It's not everything, but it's a place maybe to look at and to start with as we develop our own strategic vision and plan. So once those are developed, then we backward map in the spring and we develop a long-term solution for SEL curriculum adoption, which would follow our traditional adoption policy at that point. So you can kind of see at this point some sample lessons of what that might look like in the short term. You can see there what those might be. Again, I think those align to everything that's been talked about tonight and what we would like for our students and what we'd like to see in the short term and maybe in the long term as well. So a timeline, and I've talked to this a little bit, and then we'll take some questions, but you can see there kind of where we're at this point. It would be developing really this continued community engagement in strategic visioning. At the same time, if the board chose to do so, then that may be a few different options. I've presented one solution. You may have others. By the time we get to late fall, early spring, I would hope that we would have those anchors or potentially standards in place, and then drive backward design or backward mapping of curriculum through our regular adoption policy next spring. So you can kind of see how that's outlined there from now until spring and even fall of 2022. Okay, that's a lot of questions.
Thank you, Superintendent. Board, also, Mrs. Arnold.
Okay, so my dad taught me, when in doubt, just don't. Also taught me that if there's one little piece in the movie, turn it off. And so I have tried to follow what's going on. I've tried to look at the curriculum. I've tried to justify the curriculum, and I can't justify it because we can't control it. And so when you mention don't do it the traditional way, I can't do that either. I can't not follow the traditional way, because then we're one more time maybe losing some trust with the parents because we're not giving them the opportunity to see it. We're not giving them the opportunity to give us information back about it. We're not giving them their voice. And they are, I am their voice. I mean, they need to tell me what they want, and then I'm supposed to do what they want. So I just want to say that with I came from California from teaching down there. When I got here 20 or 22 years ago now, I was pretty shocked about how marvelous the kids were here and how they just learned and how they were respectful and how they were kind, because I had to actually teach them new words when I was in California. Like they would swear every other word. And so we would have to build a new word. Like, can we say spaghetti when we get mad? Can we say macaroni? I'd let them choose a new word to express how angry they were or upset they were, or how happy they were, because, you know, then they would use another word for about how happy they were that wasn't quite an appropriate word. So in saying that, we're not anywhere near there still after 22 years. I'm in the classroom. I see these kids every day. And yes, we have some situations, but it is not a tier 1 situation. This is my opinion. It's a tier 2 or tier 3 situation. Tier 2, small group. Tier 3, individual. We have counselors here to help with those tier 2 and tier 3 situations. So I'm not even interested, just so you know, in Nearpod. The teachers don't need to try to implement one more thing because we don't have anything. They have themselves to draw upon to know the good things to help the children with. We have character ed out there that we've used in the past that we can use. We have books that are awesome on character ed that they can read a book and they can discuss that character ed standard for the week in the whole school. We have people who have already gone through all of the 6th grade and 7th grade SEL, made their own slides, taken out all the bad stuff, and it is now stagnant. And instead of changing all the time that we have that we can pull from, we could add another recess, help them learn how to do it together in behavior that's normal and adjustable. We could add art and dance. We can have games where they learn to manage that. Karate, oh my gosh, I learned so many things about character traits in karate watching my granddaughters go there. We can do yoga. I mean, and the whole thing is we don't have to do it right now. I mean, my gut is saying we don't have to do it right now. I know we're in a pandemic. I know that we're fatigued. I know that we're probably post-traumatic stress. And yes, we need some assistance in figuring out some of that. But I am not a psychologist. I am not a counselor. And I do know we open Pandora's box a lot of time with children who have emotional problems that we don't even recognize. We opened that box. And then what? They go home and then the parents have to figure out how to keep the box open or close it. And so back to my tier 1 and tier 2, I think we need to go back to the basics. First of all, we let all parents know. Second, we let SCCs know. Third, we figure this out first before we go on any further. We hold it and we figure it out. I don't think we start going, oh, let's throw this Band-Aid here. No. I like the other Band-Aid. No, that one makes me allergic. Let's use this one. I don't want to do that. I don't think it's fair to teachers. I don't think it's fair. They've changed their schedules already. And all these principals in middle school have already changed their schedules, already figured out what they could implement there, already figured out what they wanted to do with the students, book clubs, conversations on character traits, different things. And so I'll just tell you, I'm just voting not going forward with anything for right now until we figure out what it is we want to go with.
Thank you. Mrs. Nybauer?
Thank you for your comments, Clarine. I appreciate her perspective as a teacher also. Thank you, Dr. Robbins. Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciated what you said. It resonated with me. I absolutely agree. Although Second Steps has some really good elements of skills taught, I too cannot stand by a program that has any part of it that I feel is unhealthy and damaging for children. So I thank you for that. Growing up, my mom had us listen to whenever we were sick at home, listening to these things called power tales. And it was a character attribute associated with a figure in history. Honesty with Abraham Lincoln. Thomas Edison had one about, and I can't even remember, but anyway, there were character attributes that were uplifting and made me think, I want to be like that someday. I spent hours looking through Nearpod. I think I'm going to first say a few positives. I think, and I spent hours on Second Step. I do think that Nearpod is a little more uplifting. However, here are the issues I find with it. In one of the lesson plans with building relationships, it says, if you're sad, you tend to be analytical and self-reflective and do not want to be around people. We have personalities out there that are introverts that are naturally analytical, and it doesn't mean that they're sad. So I didn't like that it's putting people into boxes of sad and happy. If you're happy, you want to be social and around people. I have children, when they come home from school, they go up to their room and they read because they need some alone time. And I have children, when they come home from school, as soon as they open the door, can I be with a friend? So we have different personality types. So I was concerned with that. Often in every lesson plan, it actually has the children put their emotion and an emoji if they're happy, and then they listen to the story and then how they feel now and how the people in the story feel. The concern I have is if I ask any of my 7 sons right now, are you happy? The first time they may say yes. The second time, but are you really happy? Are you happy? I am concerned with making sure that we aren't opening Pandora's box, and we aren't, in an effort to try to help kids, we're getting them focused too much on what are my needs, what are my feelings. I want them to be more focused on outward. How can I help others? How can I be grateful today? How can I build someone else? And so I don't like how the lesson plans are framed. I agree with Clarine that we need to be very intentional with our next steps and to go through the processes with the SECs. So I too am not in favor of doing this. And I understand we have this need, and I really respect the counselors and the people who came today and said, we need to help our children. I want to help our children, but I want to make sure we do it in the right way. And I want to make sure that we also do look at these other extenuating circumstances, such as middle schools that have 6 periods, whose child may be in a DLI class because his primary language is Spanish and he's low in math, so he has to take math. So that child has no electives whatsoever. I'd rather spend those 20 minutes letting that child explore, whether it's have extra PE and physical time, arts, music, dance, other things to get the kids excited and passionate about learning and something they're interested in. So I would like to look at some other options and thinking creatively outside of the box. Just in closing, a few months ago, I was driving behind a minivan, and the bumper sticker on the minivan said, honk if a child falls out. I know it's meant to be funny, but I thought about that. And we have this big school bus, and we do have all these kids with all these different needs. And I don't want any child to fall out of the bus. But I also believe, as we listen to parents talk about their kids who have anxiety issues, who are going to therapists, I do believe we need to be so very intentional and really listen to the parents of these families with all these kids with all these different needs to know best how to move forward in more intentional steps.
Thank you. Mr. Millerberg.
Okay. So Superintendent, do you ever feel like you're between a rock and a hard spot?
Never.
I think it is such a hard decision. I will tell you, I've not heard great things about Nearpod, but I've heard less bad about Nearpod than I have Second Steps. Yet I've heard wonderful things about Second Steps too. So I think it's a very hard decision. I listened to some of the patrons say that SEL has no place in our school. And I think your example of lunch is spot on. I think for those students that come from an enriched home, they get all they need at home. Grateful for families that are well organized and effective families that are functional families that they can do that. But we have so many students, we have such great, borrow the word we've heard so many times tonight, we've got such great diversity through our district. We have kids that live at the homeless shelter in Midvale. I will promise you they are not getting at home what some of our other students are getting. And somewhere in this great world of public education, we need to try to meet the needs of all the students. And I think that is just a very, very tough, very difficult order to fill. Feeding our kids, that's an easy one, you know? Yeah. Here it is, you got food allergies, we can handle that, we can do this, and we can take care of the kids. When I was in school, I preferred to bring my own lunch because I didn't like what they were trying to feed me. But I certainly understand. You know, when I was a kid, it was my parents' responsibility to have my teeth checked, check my hearing, check my vision, feed me, clothe me. All 5 of those things I just mentioned, some way, somehow have now become the responsibility of the schools. And I don't know if we have more working, 2-income families, if we have more single parent families, if we have a whole bunch of other things going on in the world, but somehow, even down to SEL, it's become our responsibility. And I wish I was smart enough in that area to know what the right answer is. I don't know that Nearpod is the right answer. And I don't know that I want to go for a stopgap measure, but I also feel that if we don't have something for the kids that are not coming from an enriched home, we have a greater chance of losing those kids. And as we've talked so much about suicidal ideation over the last several years, I don't want to lose one of them. One of those kids acting on that ideation is one kid too many. And so I feel like we have to do something. And, we've heard so much about what we've spent on second steps. And I guess you can take that as a plus or a minus. We spent so much that we should stay with it, or we've wasted our money and we shouldn't have done it at all. I don't know. But there has to be, you have resources to look at what's worked other places in the nation. I don't know, just because a program comes from USBE that it's wonderful. Probably has a pretty good chance of meeting most of our community needs. So, I'm torn on this. I really am. I don't want to leave the kids hung out to dry. I don't want to jump into something to cause a greater burden on our teachers, but I know we have to do something. So I guess I'm in the great state of confusion right now.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill?
Okay, I just want to thank my fellow board members for their opinions, and I agree with a lot of them. And I'm going to have to I'm going to start with a few data points. So I got this information from the district earlier today. First of all, I wanted to know how much money we had spent on second step. So in the elementary, we spent $247,514. In the middle school, we spent $82,522.60. So for a total of $330,036.60.
Over the all 18, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Piloting.
Yeah, not 1 year. That's total. The total that we spent.
And most of those are school level funds, right? District wise, I think it's about 70 or 80,000. Right?
Well, you have to ask Lee on that because I don't know that detail.
No, most of it would
Or
be
district.
most of it's district wide. There was some schools who use their
own
this land trust or TSSA.
Okay. I had that reversed. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the second question I asked was how many parents have opted out of second step so far? So 18 at Draper Middle School and 12 at all the other middle schools total. So, and I know we just barely started it and then we stopped it and we started it. So that's probably not where that number would end. But I also just, I've been struggling over this, for the weekend. Like, I don't know what is right. A lot of what Mont said is true. Like the teachers are struggling. Like we can't add one more thing, but we also need something for students because they're also struggling more than ever. I do kind of like the idea of some kind of survey of parents or SEC because I feel like it's really split. And we've gotten several letters from SECs saying they want to keep it. So I would maybe be in favor of that. I also am in favor, I'm going to tell you what I'm in favor of. I'm in favor of maybe possibly doing that. I'm in favor of a parent committee to review the lessons. Well, I actually don't. If we're going to do Nearpod, I don't want to make the decision today. I think we need more time. And I don't really want to throw out our process for curriculum either, as other board members have said. So those are just some of my ideas, but I'm also hoping that some of my fellow board members might have an idea. I do appreciate everyone here. And I understand there's a lot of passion and caring. I understand on both sides of this issue. People care about the kids. They care about the students in our schools. So that's also what makes this decision really hard. I wish we could come up with some kind of compromise. That's what I wish we could all come up with, but I don't know what that is. So those are my thoughts for now.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley.
Thank you. I really appreciate our last speakers. You talked about whole brain thinking. I think I'm a whole brain thinker, and some people think I'm a non-brain thinker. But anyway,
your whole brain.
It's just been an interesting process. The reason that we got this in the system, I pushed a lot. I pushed because I saw the need that a lot of was happening in the schools where we couldn't teach because the kids were not ready to receive the education we had. And I think that's the issue we currently have right now, that the schools are having issues today that they can't teach because the kids are so emotionally just erupted with all the stuff that's going on that they can't really learn the way they need to do. So in the process, as a whole brain thinkers usually do, I went out and took both the brains. Now, I used to say the right brain and the left, but I can't use the right and the left any longer because those are political terms. So I saw one hemisphere of the brain and I went and met with the other hemisphere of the brain. And I think as our speaker was talking about how we put both together, I found some interesting things. I think, as I've said before, I think on both sides, we all have the student and their children is at the center of, I'm concerned about my child. I'm concerned about the safety of my child. I'm concerned about the well-being of my child. Each part of the brain's thinking about it differently, but I think this is what I've sort of went through. So I decided to do some research on this. I met with our people over here. Great conversations, very much wanting to work with us. They spent a lot of time in and going through and looking over and giving us some insight as to what the issues were with that. With second step, I really appreciate that. There was a lot of time spent with that. And I understand where they're coming from. I support where they're coming from. A lot of the stuff. And so second step, I'm going, it's got some issues, as you're saying. It's got some issues. I've lost some trust with that. Then I met with a lot of parents. I met today with SCCs. I met with several other group parents. I've talked with lots of counselors. I talked with most of our middle school principals, almost all of them, trying to get what is the possible option to this, because we're between a rock and a hard place. We can do nothing. I'm getting that's a problem from that doing, because there's some real concern with parents and teachers is that doing nothing may not be the answer. I took a look this weekend at the Nearpod, and I've taken a look at all the stuff coming in from Second Step. Second Step has some issues. If we were to use it, we'd probably have to clean it up. Nearpod has issues. When you look at just the curriculum, not the content, but the delivery of it and how it supports the teacher. We got an A program in Second Step as far as the structure of it, and probably a C program in Nearpod. It's one of those things that is really boring when you looked at it. I don't think it would draw the kids in very much. And I didn't have very much support for the teachers. In talking with the middle school principals and stuff, as we said earlier, there was some real concern that we don't have time to put a near-term project in, and that would probably cause more problems in our district than to do nothing at this particular point in time. We have a lot of parents saying that on the opposite side of the brain, saying that this program, we love it. It's done great things. We don't see any problem with it. I don't understand why you're doing that. Most of our staff are saying that. Most of our principals are saying that. And then most of our teachers are basically saying that. The teachers have been going on advocating for us and saying for a long time is this is a good program. There's a lot of good things that's coming from them. So I feel really uncomfortable on either side saying to the parents saying, no, I discount what you said. It's the same. I don't want to say I don't discount what you say. I think they're both coming from the different sides of the brain, telling me what they feel and what they're doing. We have two options, I see, with three options, I guess. One is we could do nothing, but in talking to some of our teachers, for example, Eastmont has had more behavioral issues it's the first of the year right now than they have since all of last year. That currently right now, because of the pandemic, their sixth graders have never had any social emotional learning because they left basically school in the third grade before we started. In the last couple of years, we've had the pandemic. So we've got kids that are stuck emotionally at the third grade level, emotionally in the sixth grade. And they're saying it's causing some major issues. I talked with the school psychologist and the school social workers, and they're saying, we made an entire tier 1, 2, and 3 interventions based upon having a product. And so our tier 2 and tier 3 interventions are based upon tier 1, so we can go and talk with them. And when we're doing our groups, we could reinforce that. And now you're telling me I can't use anything. I've got to come up with a whole new plan, or you're going to put something different in, and I'm going to have to start all over because it is different between Nearpod and Second Step. And so, so that's one way we do nothing. The other one we could use Nearpod, but if we do that, then we're going to have to do a massive training. We're going to have to convince teachers and parents that think this is an ideal project, and school counselors and everybody else are professionals, that we're replacing it with something else that's a C product, but we're doing it because there's some issues. Personally, after looking at all of this, and I've talked with both sides today about this, personally, I think we need to really go ahead and take a look at the current project. In other words, basically say, we need to do something within Second Step and move forward with something else. But in the meantime, as we do this process that you're talking about, we may need to take a look at Second Step and have a committee of parents come in and say, is there anything good in Second Step that we could use? I think in the elementary, I don't think we're going to have as much. There's some stuff in there, but I don't think it's as bad as the middle school. To take a look at the middle school and say, is this even usable? If not, then maybe go to Nearpod in the process. But doing all or nothing, I think we're going to, I'm just trying to worry about contention. We've got enough contention going on with mask and no mask and shots and no shots and everything else. This is just one issue. We're going to be pitting parents against parent. And how can we get both sides of the brain together to say, how can we start working on this? How can we come up with something? We're moving towards the direction that we want to move. We understand there's some issues, but I think parents that like second step need to have something they feel confident in that's going to be as better than second step, at least, for their perception. And the parents that are concerned about second step, they need to know that we got something else too. So that's one option then, is for us to move forward with the second step program, but do it under a Canvas model where we don't have everybody going. Most of the middle schools right now is what Clarine said. They're using Canvas. So they pull the things that they want to do, they put it in Canvas, and they have total control over it. They don't have all these links or whatever else. It's very possible to have the district office put together the lessons with a central committee that approves what the lessons are, and they use it, at least in midterm, until it gets us through this, what we have to do. Because not only we have to get rid of it, but we'll have to go ahead and try to figure out training to implement something new so it ties in with everything. So that's the three options. I'm going at this point. I know it's not very popular with either side, but is to take a look and say, what can we do in regards to moving second step out of the district because of some issues, but replacing with something that's equal or better than what does not have the issues in regards to the SEL issues that have been presented. And to use some more from maybe using the same criteria you've been talking about with Nearpod, is putting it on a tight system within the state that's been approved by parents on a committee of individuals that looks at it, parents and professionals. If there's certain issues, we just don't put it in there. If there's certain other things, I mean, we're building our own Canyons program based upon a current curriculum that we have. So that would be my recommendation. I think waiting longer and longer from talking with the parents and talking with the teachers and talking with the principals, they have issues that are going on right now. And to wait and continue, I think we need to try to figure out how we could take what we know has got issues. We've had parents tell us has issues, and to try to figure out how we could address those at the same time that we don't throw everything out, so we can move forward in a time of crisis and a pandemic that we need to do something. But we could sit here for months just going back and forth. We're going to be losing all the trust of the parents that like that program, our staff that like that program, the teachers that like that program, and we're going to be causing contention between different groups in our district. So I think it's going to lead to more contention than if we do something and pull the groups together and try to move forward some way, at least temporarily, to do that. It's a no-win on either side, but it's better than a lose-lose or whatever. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Oakes?
Okay, this issue's been beaten to death tonight. I don't think we need to go back and forth on the same things. I want to echo a lot of what my fellow board members have said, and I appreciate how thoughtful you've been in approaching this decision. It's hard. I'd like to echo part of what Clarine said, especially with regard to basic things like recess, PE, arts, music. One of my favorite things I had as a child growing up was having my teachers read to me in the classroom. It never happens anymore, it seems like, very rarely. And ever since the No Child Left Behind Act happened, and certain subjects like math and reading and science were prioritized over other things, slowly, a lot of those other things that really contributed to a child being able to interact with their peers and collaborate and enjoy their time at school have been stripped out. It's been sad for me ever since I've had kids in the public school system that they only get 2 recesses in elementary school. It's not enough. I've always wished that they've had more opportunities to play and to sing and to move. I know recently at one of the middle schools in the SEC, there was a huge debate about whether or not they should allow even an additional minute in passing time between classes, because the kids have been saying it was not enough time for them to be able to use the bathroom or to go to their locker. After a while, we've lost perspective of the whole child and the whole perspective. And part of me thinks maybe we allow SCCs or principals to have conversations with their school communities about some of the things that they can do practically to be able to add some of those pieces in and breathe life into the classroom and into the school again. In the meantime, from my perspective as an attorney, I can't help but think about the importance of process. And the Nearpod solution does make me nervous with regard to that. I think part of what got us into trouble before is that the process was not as robust as it should have been, as far as running things by the SECs and doing things on a more extensive level to make sure that the community was fully on board. And when we take it even a step higher, I've got to admit, I'm really frustrated that we are in a space where, on one hand, we're told we're supposed to push SEL learning, and on the other hand, we can't really put a finger on where that comes from, right from USBE. I really feel like we need to, I don't know how we communicate this, but we need more leadership from them. These are like some of the conversations we've been having up here tonight are major policy considerations that need to be hammered out by a legislature or by a state school board. For it to be left to individual school board members to figure this out and individual districts doesn't feel like the appropriate forum. And I think that we need to have some conversations a little higher up. I agree with what Mont said. After a while, I get pretty irritated by the fact that we're considered the safety net for everybody, for everything from feeding kids 3 meals a day to providing psychological and mental health help and so many other things without not much additional funding, really. I mean, even letters training, we heard it tonight about the fact that we're expected to have our K-3 teachers learn it. And believe me, I'm really excited about it. I've read about it. I've heard testimonials from teachers that felt like that's transformed teaching in the classroom. And yet at the same time, we're expected to figure out how to provide substitute teachers and pay for all of that. At some level, we have to have these larger policy discussions. The mental health system in this country is inherently broken. And I feel like what's kind of evolved over time is that this SEL push in the classroom is extraordinarily well intended, but it's a Band-Aid that doesn't fully address the issue. So not that that's really helpful for you, Rick. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that you're stuck in this position. And I really want to express my gratitude and appreciation for every single person that's taken the time to come out, share their perspective on both sides. I know that you care about your kids. I know that's why you're part of this. I value this process and I value your contributions. And I'm really appreciative of our school psychologists and social workers. They're doing a heroic work. And so are our principals. And anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. So yeah, rock in a hard spot. And that state of confusion, all of those things. I too, like my fellow board members, have heard from so many parents about the concerns that they see. And I keep thinking of what one person sees as a concern, another person sees as a strength and a benefit. And that is one of the challenges of working in the public system, is that there are so many different viewpoints. I do need to say that I 100% support the need for SEL, for social emotional learning, as a tier 1 strategy in our schools. I feel like years ago when there were so many needs expressed for that, that's when I really became aware of how important it was. It's not, but the social emotional learning as a tier 1, it's not an insignificant component, but it is only a component of the comprehensive system of supports that we do have in place for students. So I just kind of want to keep that perspective. We have, and I think Superintendent, you mentioned all the many things that we do have in place to support our students. I recognize that that this many schools, many teachers, many students, and many families have greatly benefited from second step lessons over the years. We cannot discount that because at this moment in time, some concerns have been raised. I feel like by just dismissing all the good that's happened, I think we do our system and our schools and our professionals a disservice. And I agree that we're all here. We have our common purpose. We all want what's best for students. And like has been said multiple times, just different approaches, just very, very different. And I also recognize that there are some people that won't be happy with any option that we take. It doesn't matter. There will be some that aren't happy. So I guess the question for me is, how is the best way to move to better? Because I'm always one that's looking, can we do something better? And I guess that's the question that I keep asking myself, and I'm sorry, I don't have a specific answer to that, but how's the best way to move to better? I really like this idea that you've presented for the long-term SEL solution. I really think that by engaging our community, engaging our professionals, engaging the board in developing a very concrete foundation to this component of our system, I think it's really great. So I guess, I mean, the question is, what do we do between now and then, right? I mean, I'm stating the obvious, right? So, and, board, this is listed as a discussion, and as has been mentioned, several parents, this is, the last few days was the first they had heard of any of this concern and this discussion. And I also just will remind the board that currently Second Steps is the board approved curriculum for social emotional learning. And so I'm just sorry, I'm just stating some of the obvious things just as a reminder for procedurally, and I will, yes, Mrs. Arnold.
So I'm trying to do my homework while we're talking a little bit too. Because I recognize that a program does not fix a problem. I mean, they're good, they help us, but letters isn't going to fix the problem. 95% is not going to fix the problem. What really fixes a problem more than anything else, and we always go back to this whole thing, I don't know how many thousands of times, and I even hate using his name, but I'm going to use his name, is Hattie. And Hattie said that relationships will help the growth 90.94%. When you go down through the list of Hattie, which I was looking at to see whether, where he is with what goes on with students, and it says student control is a 0.02, aptitude and attitude is a 0.19, mindfulness is a 0.28, counseling is a 0.35, music was a 0.57. And I haven't gone through like what happens with art and dance and given them other opportunities. I do know there is a district that was back east and they used Spark. If you've not heard of Spark, they had all the students engage in an activity that they loved before school started. And that helped trigger the endorphins in their brains. And they were like the bottom of all schools and back east. And then through them doing these activities before school, they discovered that it sparked their brains in the next couple hours. They learned more, were able to sit more, were able to be more attentive on what was learning. because they had a chance to get the activity, get the body moving, get the wiggles out, and their scores soared. And I know that I was always taught, don't act in the panic mode, take a moment. And I just think 2 weeks isn't a moment. I really think that it's not going to break or make us in 2 weeks. It's not going to break or make us in 4 weeks. Teachers know how to manage children. If they don't, then they don't stay in the field because it's too hard to babysit all day. It's just taxing to babysit all day. We have these skills in place in the elementary. We've been using them for 4 years. We pretty well should have them manageable and figured out. We're not saying that they can't use those skills, right? We're saying they can go ahead and use the skills. We're just not going to use the lessons for a moment. And we have all those things in place that you just read down that are help guards for the time being. And so it's the board's decision, but I just think we hold on a moment and we don't let our emotions drive us. And I just want to say too, I know some teachers feel like there were some loud voices. It wasn't the loud voices that changed my mind. However, they did bring to my attention some things I didn't know, which I'm thankful for that. But that attention helped me then do more homework. And I felt bad. I hadn't done more homework beforehand. I thought I had, but apparently I didn't do enough. But then back to the perspective part that people have said, if I want to know about history, I go to my husband because he loves history. Like he can tell a story about anything and everything about history to help me understand it and learn it. But if he wants to know things about education, then he comes to me. But I learned a lot of history from the people who came forward and said, hey, did you know? Which made me start thinking about other things, like where are our books written? Who are writing those books? And even though we adopted them, they came from other countries. And do we believe or do we not believe those countries care if we're successful in our country? It has sparked a whole nother thought in my brain about who is really guiding us in education, and that we need to take another look, and we need to really figure out how to manage those new courses that do come on the internet and the lines, and figure out the links and how they're linked. But back to the SEL lessons, I don't think they're going to make or break the kids. I think the relationships will. But we do have teachers who have gone through them and vetted them. And like I know at Midvale, we have a teacher who's amazing, who redid all the 6th grade lessons. She has them on Canvas, and all the whole school does those 6th grade lessons. And then the next year they do all the 7th grade lessons. And she was working on the 8th grade lessons. And there's another teacher, I think, in Union or Eastmont Middle School. But I just go back to, can we just pause a moment? It's okay. We'll be fine. It's not going to mess up kids for a month or two while we sort it out. I'm not really willing to put another curriculum in place that hasn't been vetted, and then find other things in it that we didn't know again, and then have everybody come back again. I really don't really like board meetings that go past 10 o'clock, just so you know. I still have to get up in the morning and teach those kids. So, and they don't want me ornery, because they are what you are. You go in the class ornery, they are ornery. You go in lovingly and patiently, they are loving and patient. And so they are whatever that teacher is that goes in there. And we've kind of drifted from this. And I'm sorry, I'll just keep this short. We've drifted from this where I noticed that kids loved music because the teacher loved music. Kids loved math because that teacher loved math. Kids loved history because that teacher just loved history. Sometimes we forget that, and we have these scripted books now And it doesn't teach the kids that we love it. I mean, like when I have to read that scripted book for 95%, I just want to just frown, and I'm trying not to. I'm trying to be happy about it and trying to be good about it. And I know that if I don't do it, it's probably the end of my job. But I just think we can do this. We've done it before with COVID. We've done it before with drawing lines of where people had to go to school and didn't go to school. We can do this. Just give us a breathing moment, everybody, a time to do a little more discussion. I just don't want to hurt children in trying to help them. So that's what I want to do.
Thank you, Mrs. Nybauer, and then Mr. Wrigley.
I think our kids need a breathing moment too. If you've ever looked at the class schedule of what our kids do, it's pretty exhausting. My kindergartner comes home really tired because it's a half day and he's trying to get through everything in that half day. When I think of some comments Clarine made that I think are so true, we do currently do morning circles. We do currently have wellness rooms. We do currently exhibit restorative practices with our kids. I know that we do training with our teachers about how important positive reinforcement is in the classroom. You should have 3 positives for any disciplinary that you do. So I'm going to go back a minute to when I was teaching down in the Alpine School District in Linden. I had a creative writing class and I wanted them to write about snow, and there happened to have been a snowstorm. So I told everyone to get their coats on and we were going to go play in the snow for 20 minutes. When we came back into the classroom, it was the best writing I'd received all year long. And the kids, it was middle school, and they were like so excited and couldn't believe that their teacher was going to go play in the snow with them. But that 20 minutes of that physical activity, it stimulated the brain. They came back. They were able to use all of their senses in the snow, and they wrote some amazing poetry and short stories about snow and winter. I think we do need to think outside of the box. When we're talking about teachers and their exhaustion level, it just makes me go back to that saying, if mom ain't happy, nobody's happy. If we can have our teachers get a break, be able to also not have to all of a sudden learn a new curriculum, but maybe that 20 minutes built into the day is some sort of, in elementary, it could be an extra recess. And so these elementary school teachers that are having to get through this letters, which is new, maybe they get a 20-minute break. At middle school, at high school, there's activities we can do, but I think there's a lot of ways we can fill those 20 minutes that will still provide positive reinforcements, gratitude, that positive 6 that was sent to us by a patron a few months ago. I've been reading about that. It's pretty fascinating. There was a woman who was shot in the face years ago, Chess Johnson, and she talks about how taking moments of gratitude every day changed her perspective and focus on others and happiness. So I think just like when Charlie Evans said there's 1,000 ways to skin a cat, I believe that was social emotional learning too. There's a lot of different things we can look at in the interim where it wouldn't be approving a curriculum, but it could even possibly be, a little training, with teachers as far as, here's this article about positive reinforcements in the classroom. And there's, the kids get to have free reading time. I also think we can't ignore the factors. We have a glaring, in my mind, elephant in the room. The screen time of our kids is really affecting their social emotional well-being. So whatever we do in the future, I love your long-term plans, but we need to be looking at that too in our vision and our mission, that we're able to help these kids navigate through screen time to make sure that it's healthy for them. And I think that there's more than we realize that's associated with that, with negative social emotional health. So I think that's everything.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wrigley, and then Mr. Millerberg.
Yeah, just really quickly. I think a lot of people would like us to take a vote tonight. We can't. But I know a lot of people would like us not to take a vote tonight, which is a lot of the parents that over the last couple of days has said they haven't heard what's going on. So we definitely need to give some more time. I do worry about how much time it has. We have a lot of people that are really concerned on both sides of this issue. So the board has to do something. We have to take some action and fairly quick to get some solution to this. I mean, we've got a lot of teachers. I haven't had one teacher that's called me and said no, other than the one in Draper. I haven't had any social workers that said no. I've had a lot of parents. We need to come with a solution. We need to come to some kind of middle ground on this to come to a solution, because we need to move forward on this one way or the other, because we can't just stand there. So anyway, as we wait till our next meeting, I suggest we put this on the agenda for the next meeting. We try to come up with some other solutions. We hear a little bit more from our SCCs and stuff where people are coming from, and get some get some comments from parents that everybody has that input. I don't want to discount either side of the argument, but we need to come together somewhat on this, and we need to do it fairly soon.
Can we also maybe think about SEL or second steps as is without any changes is not necessarily a choice?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying we're to move forward without it, to change second steps. In the meantime, to put it under the same scrutiny that the superintendent was talking about, is having it locked down under canvas with only those lessons that we approve as a district at a district level. If we don't do that, no matter what curriculum we use, we'll have to do the same procedure.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Millerberg?
You know, I've heard the comment made tonight that our teachers know what's going on in the classroom and they're capable, and I really believe the teachers are. But I think that we need to exercise some caution, simply because, you know, our HR department has done an excellent job of recruiting new teachers from all over the nation. And I believe that our community values here are different than than their community values are in, say, Connecticut or New York or Pennsylvania. And so I don't want to just open the door, or Pandora's box, whichever you prefer, and say, we trust you. You guys teach what you think is right, because I want to have a curriculum that has some control in it as to what is going to be taught. I would also agree that going back to second steps would just rip the wound all open all over again. And I don't think we would get anywhere if we tried to use that as a solution. If you want to know how I really, really, really feel, social emotional learning is best taught in the home. I believe that just about any problem we have in education right now would best be handled in the home. The problem is, as I said last time I spoke, I don't believe that the majority of our homes are as strong as they were when I was a kid. I don't know that most of the homes have the same community values that I grew up with. And somewhere in the middle of all this, I don't want to impose what my personal values are upon somebody else's and what they teach their kids. And when we start teaching it in the schools, that's kind of what we're doing, is we're saying, my philosophy is neutral, everybody else's isn't. And so, you know, I just wonder about, you know, other programs. I've seen Leader in Me used in other schools with absolutely stellar results. And I am not aware of people attacking it. If you look at what those 7 habits are that are basically reduced down to Leader in Me, I would be hard pressed to find somebody that would disagree with any of those. And so I know that there are programs out there that are not as controversial as second steps. And I'll go back and I'll agree that, you know, when you started talking to me about love is respect, and I opened up the websites and I looked at it, that's just no option. I don't care if it's middle school, and I keep hearing that the elementary school, it's nothing in there. No, it's still second steps, and that's still part of who they are. That's still part of their philosophy. So I also think that doing nothing is a choice, which also carries with it its own consequences of the choice. I don't think we can do nothing. And I'm a CPA. I don't talk people through emotional problems, okay? They have emotional problems when they're through with me and they look at how much tax they owe. But I don't comfort them or ease the blow. I need somebody to tell me how long, if we're taking, what'd you call that, a brief moment or some kind of moment? I want to know how long that brief moment can be before our children in the school start to suffer. Have they already started suffering in the last 2 weeks? So I'm asking, I've got more questions than I have answers, Rick.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, not sure we gave you much to work with, but it sounds like we'll be bringing this back to another meeting, to the next meeting. I think that hopefully board members have expressed maybe some ideas that the administration can work with on creating a plan for right now while we get ready for the more long-term plan. Does anyone want to help me? I'm trying to summarize, but there's really not a lot to summarize here. Other than I think we have said it again and again, what a tough spot we're in. I think, there was a suggestion made that to look at could the current content in second steps be highly scrutinized and used in the interim while we get to the long-term place. I think I've heard that as a suggestion. I've heard some ideas for kind of non-conventional use of that time while we get to the long-term proposition. I've heard that the board seems to feel like what you're proposing for the long-term solution is a good approach. So help me. Are there other summary comments here? Mrs. Nybauer.
Last meeting, Dr. Robbins went ahead and put it on hold with the recommendation to discontinue second steps. And this would be part of the board discussion. So I do feel like we can still look at options for temporary in the interim, but I would like to make a motion that second steps is not one of the options. I would like us to look at how to help support our children and look at different ways for social emotional. And there's a lot of different options, but I want to make a motion that second steps would be discontinued at all levels. And I don't know if I have a second.
This is listed as a discussion.
Not as an action item. Okay, I'm going to ask to put it on the agenda for next meeting as an action item then.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Anything else? Yes, Mrs. Schiff.
So a lot of the emails also asked us why we can't keep second steps in the elementary schools. So I just want to ask that because it was in the emails and a lot of people came to speak. I mean, we taught it for 4 years without one email, one concern brought to the board. So I mean, I just need to ask that question.
I think that's a fair question, Amber. And I spoke to this a little earlier about curriculum is built principle upon principle, right? So the way curriculum's laid out is that you're trying to build a common language and a consistency over time, right? So there's a lot of scaffolding that takes place. Now, to me, an interesting facet of SEL is that there are no state standards that anchor that, right? So no matter what program you bring forward, we bring forward, there's going to be questions because there's nothing that really anyone has agreed on that this is this set of standards other than Castle, and that has its issues, right? It has its problems. So for me, the problem lies in the fact that with that being said, right, that if let's apply that to a different content area. If we start parsing out certain parts of the curriculum, but accepting others, then what I foresee is, even in the short term, that affects long term, is that now we're in this whack-a-mole. I call it whack-a-mole, but essentially we're trying to just adjust, as it comes. And it's something that we, quite frankly, are not in control of. And I think, that's to Mon's point. For me, it's not so much about, I think Second Steps has a lot of value. It has provided a ton of value with these recent websites and different things that have been brought to our attention, especially for me, since I've been the one out supporting Second Steps. For me, it has corroded my confidence and my trust level in them at any level. And that's unfortunate because I know our students need this support. So, I mean, that's the problem that lies within curriculum, is that it is built on a continuum. It's rare with any curriculum that it's isolated only to one, to one group. I mean, I hate to use athletics as an example, but you usually teach your Little League football players the very same playbook, the same principles around blocking, tackling, catching that you do your varsity players, right? You use the same terminology, use the same language. And I know this is a sports analogy, but that's really how we learn, right? We build on one principle on another. And so for me to just parse that out and separate that cleanly, maybe it can be done. But I struggle with that in my mind, like how that would actually play out. So
thank you.
That's me speaking. I know others might feel different about that. Obviously they do.
Okay. Mr. Wrigley?
Just a real short comment. The reason I'm saying to look at an alternative and move away from it, it's moving to online. And I think what you're talking is, once it's going online, it's going to be changing and morphing. We have a product right now we got in 2011. That's when the book was written. That was before all this issue started happening, and all this movement. And, that's only been the last several years. But that's sort of the problem of looking at it ongoing, because it'll morph, as you're saying, as it moves to the direction. But that's why I'm suggesting temporarily with trying to figure out what else we'd use, but not continuing it.
Can I just speak to your point, Nancy? So
Yes.
Thinking about this going forward, right? I mean, we have very different perspectives from all 7 board members. I think a few things in common, right, that we should work from. One is that as far as the curriculum process itself, me suspending it in the first place goes outside of that anyway, right? So that's been, I'm assuming, if you really look at it, that was with support. I don't think there was any disagreement that what was there needed to happen, right? So I think moving forward, thinking then about process, if that is the direction that we want to go, that is going to take time. And to Mon's point, there are unintended consequences to waiting. I would dare say I'm speaking for most of our counselors and our principals and our teachers, and many of our parents would say going without is going to have consequences with that. I don't disagree with Holly with your point that there are things that can fill that void. I also see the risk in that, right, is that, to Mont's point, is that without a tier 1 agreed upon instruction, because there are no standards, that it really is the Wild West, and it will be open to anybody's interpretation about what that actually looks like. I'm one of those kids, like if you told me, hey, 20 more minutes of recess, man, I'm like all over that. Like I love that. But I think we have bigger structural issues to address when it comes to electives and maybe some of these teachable moments to capitalize on this, that in the long-term plan, I think we can address. To Amanda's point, like those are places where these principles can really be taught, right? But right now that doesn't solve this problem. So I think process is one thing. I also think being evidence-based and research-based has been part of the discussion in curriculum adoption in Canyons. And that's, I hear that a lot from staff, right? And from teachers. I have heard that from some parents that have said, we've relied on that process, that whatever you've, done, that it has had evidence. And, one thing, as I said, Nearpod is not perfect. It is evidence-based. It is used by other districts in Utah. It is supported by USBE. So when you lay that on a metric of what really passes the sniff test, I think we're not giving it as much credit as it deserves. I mean, I'm talking about a short term from now until next year, right? The rest of the school year, that's it. This isn't a long-term fix, because I don't see, how, in my opinion, I don't see how we can go back to second steps. Although I recognize in the process, if we went back to the process itself, to Nancy's point, that is the curriculum that's been adopted by the board. So there is part of me that says the board could say, that's what we adopted, that's what we agreed to, and that's what we're going to choose to do, other than, the points that we've brought up that have caused these issues. So process, thinking about some of the metrics that we've applied in the past to how we look at curriculum, that might be something else that we overlay that, because I know I can bring back to you 10 different curriculums next meeting. Unfortunately, even Leader in Me, I've had people in my office say, if you pick Leader in Me, this is the worst thing that I've ever, right? I know, it is true though. So no matter what we choose, there's going to be disagreement there. I think we just have to accept that with whatever the decision is. But it's been a long night. I wish we had more solutions than problems, unfortunately. So I'll bring you more problems next meeting.
Okay, thank you. So I think we'll just wrap this up and plan on it coming back at our next meeting with possible.
So are those two, I just want to make clear, are those two, process and the kind of the metric of how we select curriculum, what are those guiding principles that you want me to continue to utilize, or am I going in a totally wrong direction?
Mr. Rickard?
Does it matter that it's endorsed by USBE? Maybe it doesn't. I mean, does it matter that it is evidence-based? Does it matter that there's been process around it? Because if not, then it opens up to a million different things. And I'm fine with that, but I just need to know what direction you want me to take.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point that if we just, your vision of the Wild West, right? I mean, that could be a problem as well. Especially, we're talking the remainder of this school year,
right,
correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Can I
Mrs. Schill?
Thank you, President. I think the board, at least I think, tell me if I'm wrong, I think we want more options. It seems like no one's crazy about the Nearpod. I mean, that's my idea. I mean, at least that's what I think. So I think if you could come with a few options, other options.
Okay.
But I agree, evidence-based.
Well, and that also training is another part of that. So I'm looking for plug and play, not like, hey, we need 3 months of training to implement, right? I mean, I don't think that's even, our teachers could, our staff can handle that right now.
And
so that also is a factor in that.
yeah, and I think not too many options, but put some options together side by side, like you said, with those metrics about,
okay,
which option, considering training, considering, the evidence base, different things like that. Put some comparisons, I guess, side by side.
And I think we can use Hattie as well, what Clarine brought up. That's extremely researched and evidence-based. And it may be thinking outside of the box a little bit, but it goes back to what the needs are for the kids and how to really light the fire, right?
Mrs. Oaks.
And I'm going to ask you one more question. So maybe I'm dense, but so this is a USBE approved curriculum. Although they don't, is that correct?
Nearpod.
Nearpod
the
is.
state legislature has bought licenses for Nearpod for every teacher in Utah.
Okay.
This Davis uses Nearpod.
But specifically for the SEL
Yes.
piece? Okay, but we don't have a law that requires or USBE rule that specifically requires SEL.
Correct.
Okay.
It's embedded in certain rules, that, like I said, suicide prevention,
Right.
bully prevention, there's aspects to them all that are found in many different rules, but there are no clear SEL standards to follow.
So that is a glaring issue.
It is.
Yeah, that they really need to consider. I mean, here we are securing licenses and yet there's not like clear rule attached to teach the teaching of it. So I rest my case.
Nancy?
Yes, Mrs. Arnold.
So one other thing while we're talking about this, I'm being, what did you call yourself? The wild cowboy?
Former athlete? What? I don't know.
Which one was it? Anyway, whatever. The misbehaved child, the juvenile, delinquent.
I grew up in Scipio. I count as a cowboy.
I grew up in Emory
All right?
County. I know.
Same.
All right. So anyway, I was just trying to like think through this whole thing, right? I know that it's like we have to have a program, but I keep thinking, well, if we have behavior plans, and then that brought me back to CTES, and in CTES, like Holly said, we have all those pieces in place about how many positives, how many negatives, how many that the teachers are doing. And yeah, it doesn't go directly to the kids, but the kids hear that all the time and know that there should be more positives going on in the class than there are negatives. We also have character ed stuff that's available out there that we can use. But I guess I'm trying to wrap my brain around why we would believe, this is my question, I guess. Why do we believe that this one program fixes a zillion things when we have things in place that fixes a lot of things? And so that's the little piece that I'm trying to wrap my brain around. We have rules, we have procedures, we have PB, what's it called? I'm tired.
PBIS.
Yeah, and already
Behavior support.
and restorative practices, all those things already in place. So I'm having this hardest time. I'm really sorry, and it's late. And and please, if you feel like you need to, help teach me some more, feel free to email me. I will read those emails. But and so I feel like we're on the right process of the process and the metrics and something that's, like you said, plug to play, so that the teachers don't have one more training, because I'm telling you, we're just trained out, and that train for training needs to slow down because that's part of the stress. And so I'm working on it. I just want people to know out there that I'm thinking it and I'm trying to understand it, and I'm working on it. And you can see all of us we're tired, and we're still sitting here going, what? Now how can we? And so just thank you for that. But I just think we do have something things in place, a lot of things in place that we're not recognizing that we have.
All right, thank you. I think we're going to wrap this one up and we will bring it back at the next meeting. Thank you. Okay, Superintendent, while you're there, will you give us an update on strategic planning?
So do you want, I mean, just in due respect to Shelby and their time, like, I don't know tonight if it's, can we push that to the next meeting, or is that,
Yes, I
Is that
think we're
okay?
fine with that. Yes. I'm sorry, Mrs. Nybar has a comment.
Two things on that. Could you ask Shelby, she was supposed to be emailing the board with the open-ended questions, which we haven't gotten yet.
Okay.
And the second was, so many of the tables in that last steering committee were not necessarily comfortable with those focus areas without looking at the open-ended. So that was something I wanted to comment on for this particular section.
Yeah, I mentioned that to Drew. I know they were working on it, but I'll follow up on that.
That'd be great. I'd love to see this presentation change just a little bit with that.
I think Shelby is on the phone with us. Go ahead, Shelby.
Hey, Shelby, thanks for staying up.
I am on the line and I'm happy to hear the presentation plan this evening if you are all still open to hearing it.
Can you give us like a 3-minute just summary? Sorry.
Sure.
I think we're.
Yes, let's see here. I don't know if the slides are pulled up, but I can do, I think in the interest of keeping the project on track, I did, and in the interest of the requests that were just mentioned, there, I think were some important things to cover with you all to make sure that we could get the next steps covered. I'm not sure if the slides are pulled up, but if they are, all of those are, okay, thank you, are listed on slide 4, where it's next steps. There are some action items there that came out of the steering team meeting that we had last week. The first of those, which was just mentioned, is sharing the survey data. I have a list here of what we are prepared to share, but I wanted to make sure that this was the full list before we sent all of those reports in the morning. We're planning to share those via online report because it's more secure than sending it over email, which I'm hoping is okay with you all. But the ones that we have prepared to share are all of the quantitative data in the aggregate, all of the open-ended responses in the aggregate, as well as open-ended responses grouped by school. And all of those will be in the format of, like, we'll just send you a link where you can access all of those reports online rather than sending them over email. But I think I first wanted to check if there was any additional reports wanted so we could send them all to you at the same time, is question number 1.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Oakes.
Thanks so much for being here so late. I think you're in Texas, right? So it's almost midnight there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I really appreciated being part of the last meeting. I felt like I learned a lot. It was really insightful for me to see what the data was. And I agree with Mrs. Nybar about the importance of us being able to see those open-ended responses. So I'm looking forward to that. Just real quick, and I've brought this up with Rick, having one parent represented in that meeting was woefully inadequate. And we've talked about this as a board, about the importance of having more parents in those steering committee meetings. I'm not going to back down on that. That really needs to happen. There is and Shelby, you can correct me if I'm wrong. There was a link for us to be able to submit parent names of people that we know would be interested or willing to be able to participate in that. Is that still available to all of us? And if so, can you email it to everyone so that we can still submit names?
It is still available. I think, to be honest, what's a little problematic right now is I'd hoped, what I really wanted to do for you all this evening is give you a full update on where we're at and what those next steps are. I'm worried that in the abbreviated version for right now that you're not getting that full update and don't have a full picture of what we can do and really should do, I think, to address your concerns at this point. So, I mean, the short answer is yes, certainly that is still open. But there's a longer answer in terms of what those names will and should be used for in terms of putting planning teams together that are tied to the focus areas that we, as the next step, also need you all to approve before we can move forward. So the plan this evening was to talk you through those proposed focus areas, give you some of the data behind why we proposed them, also tell you some of the changes that we're proposing based on the feedback from the steering team last week. Without being able to give that update tonight, I feel like we should do that update before we take too many steps forward. So you all have all the information.
Mrs. Nybauer.
Thank you, Shelby, for that. I was also looking at all of your slides before this evening, and finalizing the focus areas by October 8th doesn't actually give us a board meeting to be able to finalize it. And I would like that to be, my personal opinion is that the board really does need to get the open-ended responses, those emails, and that we would need to discuss in a board meeting how to finalize the focus areas, not outside of a board meeting. So October 8th doesn't work for that. And then the only other thing too that I was interested in getting is when we have the quantitative data in the aggregate, I would like to see how many of those survey questions were appropriated to those topics of focus, because some of those, it was really great how you organized those, but some of those topics were very close in their margins. And if we had a few more questions on one of the topics rather than the other, that may make the difference for that. So I just wanted more information for the board.
Okay, I think if I understand that correctly, you want to make sure that you can see all of the survey questions when you get the report as well. Do you think that will that be helpful to you for that one?
Yeah, and I think that the initial findings that you found, that you displayed to us in that steering committee, you had that one table that had it broken down into numbers of what the importance was with those focus items, and then you drew from the top 4. I just would like to even have in that graphic the number of survey questions appropriated to that topic. Does that make sense?
I think so. In the report that we send you tomorrow, you'll be able to see all of those survey questions. So, if you're asking for additional analysis to list out the number of times that those topics are covered in the survey, is that what you're asking for? I think we can do that. I'll need to figure out how to send that to you. But
yes,
but you will have access to all of the survey questions whenever you get the report tomorrow.
Yeah, that would be great to actually have the number of survey questions.
Okay.
Okay. I think Mrs. Oaks has another question.
Sorry, Shelby. Real quick, I know we talked about in our meeting last week about the idea of doing a word cloud associated with the open-ended responses. Have you had a chance to, or has anyone in our staff had a chance to be able to do that so that we can get a better sense of what kind of comments or concerns or areas of focus that the people that responded in that way, what they had to say?
What we have prepared to send you is all of the responses, and we have them grouped together by school as well. It's pretty easy to produce a word cloud. Actually, in Qualtrics, they'll do it for you. I can add that as a visualization. I would just caution you in using that to draw any major conclusions, because obviously it is pulling words out of context. And so, for example, you might see the word social emotional learning, for example, really big, but it might be really big because they are listing it in frequency, saying, please do not focus on this. But then you'll see it represented really big, and wonder. I just think there's a lot of room for misinterpretation in the word clouds. So we haven't included them, but it certainly can. It's an easy thing to do. I would just caution you in how you use them whenever you look them over alongside reading through the responses.
That's an excellent point. I hadn't thought about that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else for Shelby? Shelby, I just, again, thank you for your patience, and I apologize that we just kind of ran on and didn't give you the time that this report needs. I think this is a really great report, and the board is very interested in it.
So Madam
when we
President,
bring
I
it
have
back,
another thing. So
Mrs.
it would
Arnold.
have been really helpful if they would have had that information for us like the night before. Because that day we got there and we were trying to read like pages and pages of parent responses and responses, and you can't read it and then fill out a form, and you only have a few hours to do it with. And so if they could send us, whoever the next people are, that's going to meet again, because it's not the same people going to meet each time, information the night before or even 2 nights before, to give them or us time to review it, to really actually have a good discussion.
Okay, and then I was also going to maybe suggest that because we have, delayed now things by a couple of weeks, that the timeline, some of those suggested dates might need to be revisited.
We can definitely do that. These putting these timelines in front of you was all just to say if we wanted to keep our current timeline, this is what we would need. But absolutely, we can push things to give more time. So only put those in front of you just to give you an idea of what it would require if it was really important to you all to stick with what we originally planned. But can definitely give you more time, and we can recommend some updated dates and timelines for what happens next.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions for Shelby? Okay, again, we apologize and thank you for your patience and for taking in these suggestions, and we will look forward to hearing from you in a couple of weeks.
Sounds good. And you all, we will send those reports to all board members via email in the morning. And remember, there'll be a link to those reports.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you.
You too.
Okay, board. So that concludes the items on our business agenda. I will ask the superintendent if he has a report, and then business administrator, Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you, President. Not tonight. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you, President Tingy. Just one thing, I know the hour is late. Last couple of weeks ago, I updated you on the process of our current projects. I need to make one amendment, and that's to the Hillcrest Auditorium. We talked about the seats being on a boat and not getting unloaded in Los Angeles. We've got confirmation they've got unloaded, but they haven't been shipped here. So they're still not here. And I had an in-depth conversation today with Principal Levitt. What we're going to do is we're going to push pause, and we want to make sure the auditorium at Hillcrest is done before they have their fall musical. So the musical may not happen in the fall. It may happen in December. It may scheduled for just before Thanksgiving. It's almost certainly not going to happen there. It may happen in December. I'm even stretching there, but probably into January. But they will have a musical. But the auditorium is going to be very nice. Jess mentioned how, they've got, for many years, they've gotten all these awards. We want their first performance here to be really memorable. So we're not going to set a date when it's going to be done yet, but we're going to push the contractor as hard as we can. But we'll have more information as we come forward. We know lots of parents are interested in this. If they have questions, please have them contact either Principal Levitt or myself. We can walk them through what the issues are with the finishing up the auditorium there. So that's all I have.
Great. Thank you. Okay, board members, I know the hour's late, so I'll just ask, does anyone have additional comments to make?
I just have one.
Mrs. Arnold.
So on the news the other day, like last week, it said that we came in second in the nation as the best teachers in the nation. The Utah teachers came in second in the nation as best teachers in the nation. And I just thought I wanted to do a shout out for that and say that that's quite amazing that we would come in second in the whole nation as having best teachers.
Thank you for sharing that. Mr. Millerberg?
Yeah, quickly, had the directors meeting for USBA last Friday. Points that you may be interested in: annual conference is scheduled for January 6th through 8 at Little America. USBA will be going through bylaw changes. They're coming at us. Tooele School District cracked over the 10,000 student mark, which moves them 20,000. Okay, you got me. 20,000 student mark, which puts them as a single district region, which then kind of skews the balance between single and multi-regions. And so they're looking at doing some stuff with multi-region regions or multi-district regions to bring them back on par. What we've called the Master Boards Award is changing, and I really applaud this. Instead of the MBA, which I always thought was stealing a college degree term, they've now changed it to the MB, the Master Boards. And what's really exciting about it is there's a big push that makes sure that school boards are trained, and we will be able to be certified as a master board, receive a certification to where we don't claim we're trained or that we're good. They certify us as being trained. Day on the Hill, February. Can you help me with that date? I think memory's telling me the 22nd, but just somewhere through there. We'll get you better information on that.
It's a Tuesday, which is unusual.
National School Boards Association will be in San Diego this year. And this is where you've got to help me too. Christy Sweat, who is a member of the Salt Lake Board of Education, Salt Lake School District Board of Education, will be installed as president-elect. Hopefully. She is up for that move, which will take place at the NSBA conference. And also, I don't completely understand all the legal terms in there. USBA is joining in and I found out it can be an amicus or amicus brief, depending upon where you went to law school. So you probably know how that is, whether you're on the east or west, how they call that. There's issues dealing with the First Amendment, the Constitution, and they are looking to be able to continue to regulate what happens and what can be said and can't be said inside of schools. Basically, profanity, threats, so forth and so on, those type things. They're working to make sure they stay in place. Also had the opportunity to participate in the Canyons Education Foundation golf tournament. Denise once again ordered up a perfect day up at Wasatch Mountain. Just a little bragging right. I had the opportunity to play with Gary Hansen, our purchasing director, Nick and Jessica from Westland Construction. We took second place on the mountain course. It was awesome. And I don't know how I can say this in any other way than just straight out. Thank you for entrusting me with two of the best assignments that a board member can have. I absolutely have thoroughly enjoyed serving on the board of directors for USBA. That has been really a highlight. And I was there at the creation of the Canyons Education Foundation. When I came back on the board, very much appreciated being able to associate with that fine organization. They are just absolutely awesome. And the last thing I have is superintendent and I managed to find each other at Hillcrest High School last Friday night for their football game. And, sometimes we count small achievements or relatively small achievements. I think these were great achievements. We watched a field goal get kicked. We watched a touchdown get made, and we watched a point after the touchdown happened. And I have never seen a student body so excited to just be together as they were at Hillcrest last Friday night.
Right. Hey, we got a selfie with Harvey.
Oh, we did. Harvey was there. We were there. We're looking good.
Oh, thank you. Anyone else?
Can I? Oh, sorry.
Mrs. Shield and Mrs. Nybauer.
Sorry, Holly. So I just want to add is to Mont's report about USBA. So McKay's created a website, and it's USB-MB for masterboard.com. And it's an outward facing website, and on there is going to be listed like all the master certified boards. So we want to be on there, you guys. Yeah, I can text that to you or forward it to you. Anyway, but all the information on the master board is on there. So other people, like Susan was looking for that the other day, and I could have just sent her to this website if I knew it existed then. Anyway, so I just wanted to let you guys know that.
One more time, the website is.
So USBA-MB.
-MB.
MB.com.
Thank you, Mrs. Nybauer.
I just really quickly want to thank teachers. I participated in parent-teacher conferences with a lot of my sons with their teachers, and I'm so grateful for wonderful teachers in our district. And also, I just wanted to publicly thank all departments that helped with that Apex Awards. I just really thoroughly enjoyed that. I was able to meet the lady in our district that puts together the videos. But that night, you just feel so much pride to be part of Canyon's district, and just really love the amount of talent and just what wonderful things are happening in our district with teachers, volunteers, and all of our awesome administrators at the district level. So I just wanted to quickly say thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I think that concludes our meeting for this evening, and I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for your patience and your hard work tonight.
Oh, I was hoping to go on for another 2 hours.
I hope you got a hotel.
I did.
You did that well in advance.
Yes, I do.